Amongst the people present to watch Chen Xiang refine pills, many of them were alchemists and some were high-ranking alchemists. Even if they weren't from the alchemists, they were from influential families and had some understanding of pill refining. Amongst the people present to watch Chen Xiang refine pills, many of them were alchemists and some were high-ranking alchemists. Even if they weren't from the alchemists, they were from influential families and had some understanding of pill refining. This guy's flames are very ordinary. He doesn't have a fire soul, nor do he have many fire vein, but the flames are very strong. What exactly is going on? An old man mumbled puzzledly. Although Chen Xiang tried his best to conceal the aura of the flames, a few experts, who were extremely sensitive to flames, still felt that something was amiss. Elder W. Is this flame very powerful? I think he is still using all his strength to burn the golden iron root and the heart of the golden iron tree. Although these two medicinal herbs are about to die, they are not something that anyone can easily refine. Tan Zhongxin said. He was the son of the Dan King, also a alchemist. Elder W. shook his head. This little brother is an expert in alchemy. He clearly has a solid foundation. He is much stronger than you. The powerful alchemists, when concocting pills, were precisely controlled by the alchemists. They all held their fire and burned the medicinal ingredients with all their might, forming a force. Even some of the alchemists of the 9th rank find it hard to make the flames possess an invisible power. There were a few 9th-grade alchemists present, and all of them were capable of refining 3 high-grade ground-level pills. They were all just one step away from Dan King and 2 of them were present at the scene. Elder W. was one of them. At least I can't do it. The other hunchbacked yellow-haired old man sighed softly. So you're saying he's a 9th-level alchemist? Ever since she started to fight with Chen Xiang, she had investigated a lot of things related to Chen Xiang. She knew that Chen Xiang was still young, and not over 100 years old. The old man shook his head. I'm not sure, he did not take the examination, it's hard to say, but if he can concoct a difficult-to-refine middle-ground level pill like the Iron Bone Dan, he would at least be an alchemist of the 8th level. Level 8 alchemist. After hearing the words of authority, Tan Zhongxin's face turned a little ugly. Fire-controlling ability was very important to alchemist. It was the key to successfully condensing a core. However, this little brat's fire-controlling ability was even better than that of a 9th-level alchemist. The faces of those who had placed big bets didn't look any better. Those who were able to refine medicinal ingredients into pills were usually alchemists who had strong fire control abilities. Chen Xiang's control of the flames could be said to be as smooth and as simple as controlling his own hands and feet. This was related to him cultivating the divine way, cultivating the fire God method, and having a heaven fire soul. It was hard to burn the metal tree roots and the heart of the metal tree, but it was easy to burn them inside the Yanlong furnace. But right at this moment, the Yanlong furnace suddenly started to shake. It was shaking intensely and Chen Xiang was sweating profusely. When the people who had placed bets saw this, they were ecstatic, and wished for nothing more than to laugh out loud, because they knew that Chen Xiang was about to be done for. Changzi, do you still have more spar on you? Chen Xiang suddenly used his divine sense to send a sound transmission to Duan Sanchong. After Duan Sanchong saw his furnace shake, his back was sweating. If Chen Xiang lost, it would be more than 20 billion spars. There are still some more. What do you want to do? Duan Sanchong suddenly felt that something was amiss. Hurry up and bet, I'm doing it on purpose for others to see, let them think I'm going to lose. Chen Xiang whispered to Duan Sanchong. Duan Sanchong sighed in his heart. He was really too sinister as he laughed to himself and immediately said, Little brother, do you still accept your bet? Since it's a gamble, the more dangerous it is, the more exciting it is. Although I am not a gambler, I have experienced that kind of feeling before. Everyone secretly despised Duan Sanchong. He was about to fail, yet he still bet. Wasn't he trying to make Qin Xiang lose even more miserably? Qin Xiang opened his eyes and sneered. Do you really think I will lose? Fine, you can bet as much as you want. Let's see who will be the final winner. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. The cauldron was about to explode from the shaking, yet they still accepted the bet. Duan Sanchong laughed. This little brother is indeed straightforward. There are 500 million spar here. Duan Sanchong threw out a storage bag and threw it on the ground. All of these storage bag had spar. With a sweep of his spirit sense, he could see that the spar were stored inside. Just as Duan Sanchong raised the stakes, a few of them also began to throw their goods out. I still have 100 million spar here. If this little brother wants to suffer, I'll grant him that wish. I'm coming too. I still have 200 million. This is the last one. 300 million, go all out and kill this brat. There was no lack of old fellows among them. There were even some who threw out their treasured swords and such. At this time, all of them added together had already mulat to 30 billion spar. Chen Xiang laughed out loud in his heart. He had indeed made the furnace shake on purpose, in order to squeeze out all of the group of people's wealth. Originally, she was moved by Duan Sanchong's offer, because she also wanted to make it difficult for Chen Xiang to win. However, she knew Chen Xiang's ident. 1. Tian knew that he was Chen Xiang's friend. The peach blossom heaven lady Mu Jialan had a leisurely expression. Her beautiful eyes were clear as she quietly looked at what was happening in front of her. She was not a gambler in the first place, and did not compete for fame or profit, thus she was not tempted by Chen Xiang. The cauldron shook more and more violently, as if it could explode at any moment. Everyone also hid far away, worried that they might be hit by the cauldron shard. News had spread across the entire street in a short period of time. A few disciples from famous sects that liked to gamble had rushed over and surrounded the S.P.A. Sias Hall. They had asked Chen Xiang, and upon knowing that they could still bet, they threw away their spars without hesitation. Very quickly, everyone's wager had already mulat to 40 billion spar. It's been so long since the Dingxing pill shop opened, but this is the first time it's been so lively. I had thought that some Dan King would come over to praise me, but who would have thought that there would be people here to gamble? An aged voice slowly sounded. Father! Tan Zhongsen anxiously walked over, and the person who came was Dan King. Everyone was secretly surprised to see that the Dan King was here. Some of them did not expect to be able to witness the glory of the Dan King. Dan King Tanxing was a very pleasing-looking old man. Although he already had the appearance of an old man, his voice had a certain aura, his clothes were not luxurious, but he was extremely refined, with a sense of immortality. Little brother, you started off with 10 white jade lotus seed, and bought such a precious destiny box. I believe you have some background. I wonder if you'll accept the wager right now? Tanxing said clearly. To be able to trap a Dan King, Chen Xiang was overjoyed in his heart. He smiled and said, Of course I accept it. With Dan King's appreciation for me, even if I lose, I will still be very happy. As expected, bold and straightforward. I trust you, this place is 5 billion spar. I also want to make a small bet. It's rare to see a medicine store with such a bustling atmosphere. Tanxing laughed, he waved his hand and threw out a storage bag. Everyone scanned it with their senses and found that there were 5 billion spar inside, piled up like a small mountain. As expected, bold and straightforward. I trust you, this place is 5 billion spar. I also want to make a small bet. It's rare to see a medicine store with such a bustling atmosphere. Tanxing laughed, he waved his hand and threw out a storage bag. Everyone scanned it with their senses and found that there were 5 billion spar inside, piled up like a small mountain. 5 billion was just a small bet? What if it was a big bet? As expected of the Dan King, Any casual move could scare a large group of gamblers to death. In Chen Xiang's opinion, this Dan King was still too stingy. Only 5 billion? He felt that it would cost him at least 50 billion yuan. Dan King Tanxing had already placed his bet, and it was so big, everyone was already certain that Chen Xiang would definitely lose. Even if they had to sell it for money, they would still have to place their bet. At this moment, there were many good treasures and weapons on the ground, bringing the total to 50 billion. Duan Sanchang's heart kept on beating wildly. If Chen Xiang won, then many people would die from the scam, and even Dan King would be beaten with his black stick. Tanxing was naturally not optimistic about Chen Xiang. At this moment he saw Chen Xiang's serious face. The pill was shaking nonstop, showing signs of exploding. The success rate was extremely low. Furthermore, the rest of the ingredients were already rotten. He did not have full confidence in refining them, let alone a little brat. Chen Xiang laughed sinisterly. He felt that he had more or less played the role, when he saw the shaking pill furnace suddenly stabilize, like a mountain that was firmly fixed in place. Those people who were originally happy in their hearts were fantasizing about what they would do after winning this round, but currently, their expressions were extremely ugly. As long as they weren't stupid, they could guess that Chen Xiang had done it on purpose. Ji Meixian had always seen it. She knew that Chen Xiang and Duan Sanchang were cooperating, and scolded in her heart. One was a grave robber who was struck by lightning, the other was a little bastard who she hated to the bones. With the two of them working together, even Dan King jumped into the fiery pit that they dug while grinning. Dan King's face was also very ugly. He did not expect that after living for so long, he would be fooled for a moment by a little kid. Of course, he could not say anything, because Chen Xiang had not violated the rules. And some of the alchemists admired Chen Xiang a lot, because he actually refined a iron bone Dan. Chen Xiang had already been refining for more than 2 hours, and had been using the dual foreseeing alchemy the entire time. At this time, he had already condensed the pellets, and if not for the poor quality of the ingredients, he would definitely have refined 2 of them. However, the spirit herbs were already on the verge of death. The medicine aura had disappeared for a long time. It was considered not bad that he was able to successfully refine one. After all, the iron bone Dan was only producing 1 pill. After a moment, Chen Xiang laughed. "I've let everyone down." The expressions of most of the people present were the same, gloomy as water. They wanted nothing more than to tear Chen Xiang into pieces, and actually allowed them to jump into the trap one after another. In order to not arouse anyone's suspicions, Duan Sanchang snorted, "D.A.M. Ned little B.A.S.T.A.R.D. I will definitely remember this debt." Chen Xiang smiled slightly and opened the lid. A gold and black fog emerged and formed into a smooth black pellet. Just from the golden aura covering it, one could tell that it was an iron bone Dan, and a high-quality one at that. Seeing this high-quality iron bone Dan, all the alchemists present, including the Dan King, were moved. Dan King took a step forward and waved his hand, allowing the iron bone Dan to hover above his palm. "It is indeed a iron bone Dan, of high quality." At this moment, Tanxing couldn't help but praise Chen Xiang's high skill in refining pellet. He actually managed to concoct a high-quality pellet out of waste medicine. The other alchemists all gathered around to watch. Chen Xiang laughed. "Then these things are all mine." Just like this, under the burning gazes of the lot, Chen Xiang smiled as he kept all the storage bags and magic treasures into the ring, allowing Su Meiyao and the others to count them. Many people's heart was bleeding, and some people even wanted to cry. They had accumulated this much wealth for a long time, and even though they were from a famous clan, they had spent a lot of effort to save so many spars, but now they had all lost to a little ghost. Only those old fellows were relatively open-minded, and those young people, on the other hand, had basically lost to nothing, even losing to the magical equipment and weapons given to them by their sects and clans. Many people were secretly cursing Dan King Tanxing. If Tanxing did not come out and casually threw in 5 billion spars, they would not have suppressed all of their wealth. D.A.M. Ned Little B. A.S.T.A.R.D. My spar, my sword, my armor. This is all over. When I go back, I will definitely be scolded to death by my father. I will lose everything. How do I get back? The cost of transferring it right now is outrageously high. I really want to kill this kid. G.O.D.D.A.M.N. Little B. A.S.T.A.R.D. He ate more than 5 billion all by himself. Isn't he afraid of holding on? And Mu Jialan were the only ones who had survived the disaster, and in their hearts, they were rejoicing at the misfortune of others. Although Peach Blossom Prince was expressionless, in his heart, he hated the little demon in front of him. City Lord and the chief's son were also in the same boat. Not only had they lost their spar, they had also lost face. Father, is this really a Iron Bone Dan? Tan Zhongsen found it hard to accept the reality in front of him. He had also lost 1 billion spar, and it was no small amount of money to him. Although his father was the Dan King, he would not casually give him the spar. A high-quality Iron Bone Dan. Dan King Tanxing said in a serious tone, making everyone even more disappointed. Haha. Everyone, I'm sorry. This is all due to luck. I am sorry that you lost a little spar. Next time, when there's a chance, we will have a good time. Qin Xiang's words were especially ear-piercing, making everyone want to beat him up. Luck? F-U-C-K my luck. One of the big-sized men said, Sorry, but give us back the spar. Qin Xiang laughed. Everyone is a hero who is willing to admit defeat. If I return the spar to everyone, it would be equivalent to insulting everyone's dignity, trampling on everyone's dignity. Little brother must not do such an unrighteous thing. How many spars are they worth? Everyone cursed in their hearts. Qin Xiang smiled as he came to the counter. I refine the medicine inside the destiny box into a Iron Bone Dan. According to the rules, you guys have to return to buy the destiny box for me, and even give me a portion of the Iron Bone Dan's medicine. This was previously agreed upon. Tanxing nodded to the shopkeeper, then walked over and returned the Iron Bone Dan back to Qin Xiang. Little brother, who is your master? To be able to teach a disciple like you, your master should not be an body. Tanxing asked. Many people present also wanted to know who the old B.A.S.T.A.R.D. was to have taught such a sinister brat. Qin Xiang laughed. My master is indeed a nameless person, but my ancestor is not. My ancestor's name is Li Tianjun. Dan King Li Tianjun. This was a person who had become famous many years ago. Hearing the 3 words Li Tianjun, all the alchemists present were dumbfounded. That little brother's name is... Tanxing's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Li Tianjun actually had a successor. Li Rinshan, you are benevolent and righteous, and kind and good. Qin Xiang smiled as he received the Iron Bone Dan medicine and the 950 million spar from the shopkeeper. Everyone cursed in their hearts. How was this benevolence? They felt that he should be called Li Xie. Even Duan Sanchong felt that Qin Xiang had gone blind with this name. On one hand, Qin Xiang pretended to be Li Tianjuan's grand disciple so that no one would doubt his white jade lotus seed and his superior pill refining skills, and on the other hand, they would fear him and not be Hara.s. said by the people who tried to rope him in. On one hand, Qin Xiang pretended to be Li Tianjuan's grand disciple so that no one would doubt his white jade lotus seed and his superior pill refining skills, and on the other hand, they would fear him and not be Hara.s. said by the people who tried to rope him in. Although Qin Xiang had never seen Li Tianjun before, he was still very grateful to him, because the medicinal garden that Li Tianjun had left behind had benefited him greatly. Furthermore, He had obtained that mysterious divine book from Li Tianjuan's refining treasure book. I wonder if little brother is willing to become my alchemist? As for the treatment, it will definitely be easy. Tan Xing actually wanted to recruit Li Tianjuan's grand disciple. No need, I like to travel alone. I won't stay in Dan City for long. I came out to travel, do good deeds, expand my vision, and improve my mental state. Chen Xiang smiled and shook his head. Tan Xing was obviously very unhappy about the 5 billion spar being tricked by a little kid. Now that he saw that Chen Xiang was determined to not join his Zenith Magnificent pellet shop, he was determined to make Chen Xiang spit out the victory he had just won. It had to be known that Li Tianjun was a famous Dan king. Even though the number 1 profound realm he left behind had already been discovered and was famous throughout the entire human realm, very few people could find anything inside. Even those who came down from the heaven realm had died inside, so that place had become a dangerous place. As for Li Tianjuan's descendants, they took out 10 white jade lotus seeds as soon as they came out. It could be seen that they had brought a lot of rare and precious herbs with them. Little brother is indeed a free and easy person. I wonder if you would be willing to bet with this old man? I just had a little fun a moment ago, and I haven't had my fill yet. Tan Xing also said with a smile. Chen Xiang laughed boldly. Of course I'm accompanying you, but if you want to play then go big. Everyone was shocked. This Li Yao actually wanted to finish an even bigger gamble, and Dan King was also getting serious. This was definitely Pill City's biggest gamble. Duan Sanchong intentionally smiled sinisterly. Little brother, you are bold and straightforward enough to think that you want to play big time. How about you wait for an hour while I spread the news to Dan City, allowing more people to partake? 1p8 But the premise is that you have to be able to afford it. All the big guys in Pill City were real tight. OONS. If they were brought here, all of them, this would probably be the biggest gamble in the history of the New World. If Chen Xiang lost, he would also lose really badly. There is no need to alarm the entire city. If little brother wants to have a good time, then this old man will accompany you. Tan Xing remained calm and collected, waved his hand, and said, Little brother, let's bet using the method we used just now. You can choose Destiny Box S, but you have to choose more than 1 billion spar S. Chen Xiang was determined to make this old fellow vomit blood, then he walked over to the Destiny Box and started picking. Of course, Tan Xing couldn't use secret methods, so he also planned to test his luck. He bet that Chen Xiang wouldn't be able to successfully refine another pill. The herbs in the Destiny Box in front of him were mostly middle-grade ground-level S. There were even some that were unorthodox and difficult to refine, requiring one to be at least at the second level of foreseeing alchemy. Chen Xiang tried his best to choose the least amount of main ingredients he had and the more useful ones he could. Only with the cooperation of Long Shui and Su Meiyao could he make the best choice for him. After eating the beauty dan, it can reduce the wrinkles on some old fellows. It can make the old people's skin become as young as the young ones, but it needs to be eaten a lot. For those people who care a lot about appearance, this type of pill is very important. Su Meiyao said, There's only one main ingredient, and that's the snow muscle jade GRASS. The harder to make is that it's very difficult to melt, but once it melts, it'll evaporate like water. 1 billion spar, and only one medicinal ingredient was so precious. This showed how popular the beauty dan was. Even if they were to take it to the auction, it would still go up to 2 billion spar. However, there was no use in eating even one pellet, and one would have to eat many in order for it to be effective. Many old fellows could still maintain their youthful appearance because of this pill. Chen Xiang bought the Destiny Box. After he opened it and took a look, many of the alchemists shook their heads. Little brother's luck is not bad. You actually picked a snow muscle jade GRASS. Tan Xing laughed. Sigh, even a level 9 alchemist would have to refine this pill 10 times to refine it 9 times. It requires a second stage for seeing alchemy to refine. An old man sighed. The Dan King was very clear about what was inside the destiny box. It was a snow muscle JGRAS. Even he himself was not completely confident in being able to refine it, let alone a little brat. Since the Dan King wants to play the big game with me, then for the sake of making everyone happy, I won't hide that thing any longer. Chen Xiang did not care how difficult it was to refine the beauty Dan. He took out a golden fruit that looked like a golden apple. However, it flickered with a golden light that caused one's eyes to ache. It was obvious that this fruit was not ordinary, and there was even a faint trace of an immortal artifact within it. Diamond fruit! Ji Meixian and Dan King Tan Xing shouted out at the same time. This fruit was in existence close to an immortal fruit. It was the main ingredient used to refine mixed diamond Dan. Even if it was the heaven realm, it was hard to find, but Chen Xiang actually had such a thing. Ji Meixian was secretly surprised. Chen Xiang was even more mysterious than what she had imagined. You two have good eyesight. Since you know, then I won't say any more. Chen Xiang chuckled. Even he did not dare to eat this kind of diamond fruit carelessly. This was a high-grade heaven-level medicinal ingredient used for body tempering, and his current physical body could not even withstand the strength of a diamond fruit. High-grade heaven-level medicinal ingredients could be used to refine high-grade heaven-level pills, and even the Dan King might not be able to refine it. As a Dan King, if Tan Xing could have something like this, his prestige would definitely rise by a lot. Right now, no one dared to view Chen Xiang as an idiot. 50 relived Dan S. Dan King, stop joking around. Chen Xiang laughed and kept the diamond fruit. Dan King naturally knew that he was a little shabby, and he wanted to make Chen Xiang make the bet as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the other old fellows knew about it, it would be troublesome. Speak. Tan Xing said. 100 relived Dan S, 200 billion spar S, plus your flurries. HI plus ing medicine store, including all the pills in the medicine store. Chen Xiang laughed. Everyone was shocked. This evil demon youth in front of them actually wanted them to lose all their family A.S. sets. You're asking for it. Tan Zhongxin immediately shouted. Chen Xiang smiled and said to Duan Sanchong, Brother, I'll have to trouble you to get the Dan King S in the city to come over. I think they might even put on their underpants. As expected of Li Tianjuan's successor. Since you dare to take out something like the diamond fruit to bet, then this old man will naturally accompany you to the end. There's no need to call anyone else over. I'll make a bet with you. Tan Xing took a deep breath and shouted resolutely and decisively. 100 relived Dan S, 200 billion spar S, and my medicine store. The entire audience was tongue-tied. They were betting all of their wealth. High-grade heaven levels medicinal ingredients, rarely seen in tens of thousands of years. Although there are many low-grade heaven levels, in the end, there is still a difference of 2 levels. If you want to play, then do it big. One of us is betting on high-grade heaven-level fruits, the other one is obviously going to have to pay the same price. After Tan Xing made his decision, 2 old men with heads full of white came over. When they heard that the diamond fruit had appeared, they directly ignored Pill City's rules that forbade flying, and flew over in a hurry. After Tan Xing made his decision, 2 old men with heads full of white came over. When they heard that the diamond fruit had appeared, they directly ignored Pill City's rules that forbade flying, and flew over in a hurry. However, in the end, they were still incomparably disappointed, because they had all come too late. Otherwise, the bet that they had made would have definitely moved Chen Xiang, which made them jealous to death. At this time, there were 3 Dan King S and many disciples from famous sections. This kind of scene rarely occurred in Pill City. The beauty Dan that Chen Xiang was refining was not only extremely difficult, but the market was also limited. To those young people, the beauty Dan was nothing but trash, but in the eyes of those old fellows, it was still very valuable. Brat, you have lost for sure. Just with this lousy material you can forget about refining a beauty, Dan. An old man with a long beard shook his head and sighed. Chen Xiang looked at the destiny box and only smiled slightly. The snow muscle jade GRAS had already lost its life force and looked lifeless. Even though it was emitting a faint cold aura on the surface, the GRAS was not as beautiful as the snow jade and was even a little yellow. A perfect snow muscle jade GRAS. It looked like a young girl's ice skin could be broken with a blow and was extremely beautiful. Anyone who knew how to refine pills would know that the bead in Chen Xiang's hands could only be used to its fullest extent by eating it directly. Judging by its rarity, it was worth 100 million spar. This arrogant brat was just lucky before. How is he going to die this time? The son of the Dan Alliance's alliance master, he sneered. His best friend, Chu Quan Fei, continued to speak. Diamond fruit, this prodigal son will definitely lose beyond recognition this time. This time, he will not succeed, even if it's the Dan Alliance's alliance master. Chen Xiang smiled faintly. Gambling is always like this, no one has complete confidence, so there's definitely a way to win or lose, of course we try our luck. If the two of you don't dare to bet, then don't talk like that. Brat, do you dare to accept our bet again? Duan Sanchang deliberately sounded full of hostility as he asked sinisterly. Why would I not dare? But I remember that you were going to lose everything. Chen Xiang deliberately ridiculed him. Duan Sanchang laughed out loud. You little brat, you have never seen the world, of course you wouldn't know the background of that Duan guy? Seeing Chen Xiang being so confident, Duan Sanchang knew that he should do what he did to drag the two Dan Kings into the water. Not only that, he would also drag more people into the water so that Chen Xiang could make a fortune with one vote. I don't know who you are, but if you don't want to bet, then don't talk nonsense. Duan Sanchang sneered, then took out a palm-sized green jade. The most special part of this jade was that there were many spirit grain S on it. Do you know what this is? Duan Sanchang raised the green jade and asked. The three Dan Kings present all had grave expressions. They tightly knitted their brows as they stared at the green jade. Could this be a heavenly ancient jade? It is said that with this piece of jade by one's side, it will allow one to successfully cross the nirvana doom. Tan Xing took a deep breath and said. Mu Jialan nodded his head. That's right, it is the mysterious ancient jade from the Tong Tian aristocratic family. Looking at the spirit grain on this jade, it should be nirvana tribulation. Ji Meixian continued to speak. In other words, as long as this piece of jade is on your person, you can survive the nirvana tribulation. As for the specifics, only Tong Tian aristocratic family and the others know. However, I heard that only the Tong Tian aristocratic family's bloodline can be used, and if someone else uses it, the power of the Nirvana Doom will only weaken a lot. This piece of jade was absolutely priceless. If a major power obtained it, it would be easier to train a large number of warriors to overcome the Nirvana tribulation. One must know that many disciples of various forces were stuck at the peak of the 100 refining realm, not daring to attack. Everyone now understood why the Tong Tian aristocratic family was so powerful. It was because they had this kind of mysterious and bizarre ancient jade that could cultivate a large number of Nirvana stage warriors. Whether or not it is used by the people of Tong Tian aristocratic family, there are still endless benefits to be had during tribulation. Although I do not guarantee that I can possess it, the power of my Nirvana Doom will be reduced by more than half. This thing is at least worth 300 or 400 million. Do you think you can afford to bet on it? Duan Sanchang sneered. Everyone secretly cursed Duan Sanchang, and he was actually even more wasteful than Chen Xiang, and decided to take out this kind of clan head treasure to gamble. Only Ji Meixian knew that Duan Sanchang was in cahoots with Chen Xiang, so he dared to use such a treasure to place his bet. If I lose, I'll give you 600 billion. Chen Xiang said indifferently. At this time, Duan Sanchong said to Chu Tongfei and Yi He, "You too, this brat has a very strong family background, maybe he can come up with something. Why not call your father over and have him join in the fun too?" When Chu Quan and Yi He heard this, they both nodded their heads. "Wait, we'll be right back." Tan Xing was not in a hurry now, because he had made a bet with Chen Xiang and the diamond fruit was already his. When the Alliance Master and the City Lord came, he could only be anxious. Ji Meixian really wanted to expose Chen Xiang and Duan Sanchong's conspiracy, but she didn't dare do so, otherwise Chen Xiang would definitely release the contents of the image crystal. However, seeing these Dan King jumping into the pit of fire made her very satisfied, and she couldn't help but praise Chen Xiang and Duan Sanchong, these two bastards. At this time, the long-bearded Dan King walked in front of Chen Xiang and smiled. "Little brother, I heard that you are Li Tianjuan's successor. You are as straightforward as your ancestor. As expected, you are from the same origin. I wonder if you can let this old man have a good time?" However, spar could not tempt him at all. He needed the high-grade heaven-level S medicine. This long-bearded Dan King clearly knew that chances of winning weren't high, and had warned him just now to even make a bet with him. It was obvious that he had his eyes on Li Tianjuan's high-grade medicinal ingredients that he inherited. Chen Xiang was very happy that these Dan King came to seek death themselves, so he was very willing to accept them as members. He smiled and said, "This boy still has a 9 deadly flower, although it isn't as good as the diamond fruit, but it is still a rare item. I wonder if Senior will be able to take out anything that would satisfy this kid." As they spoke, Chen Xiang took out a small black flower that was the size of a thumb. Sensing the strange energy this flower was emitting, everyone felt a pressure in their hearts. Those who had heard of the 9 deadly flower were all staring at it in shock. To ascend to the 9 deadly flower and refine a flying Dan, one had a very high chance of passing through the 9 nirvana tribulations. There were a few elders of the 8th nirvana, who were looking at the flower with excitement. To them, flying Dan were more precious than diamond fruit. They were not members of the Tong Tian aristocratic family, and had a narrow chance of surviving when facing the 9 nirvana tribulations. Right now, everyone believed in Chen Xiang's fake ident.I.tai. In their eyes, only Li Tianjuan's successor would have so many rare medicines. Right now, everyone believed in Chen Xiang's fake ident.1.tai. In their eyes, only Li Tianjuan's successor would have so many rare medicines. The long-bearded Dan King stared blankly at the pearl that was about to soar into the sky. "Senior, hurry up and make your decision. Otherwise, I'll give it to someone else." Chen Xiang laughed. Tan Xing had staked 100 relive Dan pills, a large number of spar beasts, and the entire pellet medicine store. Although the soaring 9 deadly flower was of the lower heaven level, it was still worth exactly the same price when compared to the others, and was placed in the lower heaven level realm just because it was easier to refine. "A nature fruit," the long-bearded old man said. Chen Xiang shook his head. "I have nature fruit, it isn't attractive to me." The bearded elder let out a long sigh, as if he had made a very important decision, and said, 30 relive Dan, 1 more Hunyuan Dan, and 1 more set of Hunyuan Dan's medicinal herbs." Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. Although the Hunyuan Dan was better than many of the mixed diamond Dan, it was still a low-grade heaven-level pill, a pill that the old guy of Nirvana stage used the most to raise his strength. As for the 30 relive Dan, they were also very precious. Now, everyone knew the foundation of these Dan King-s, and every Dan King had quite a few relive Dan by their side. Alright. Chen Xiang urgently needed to level up now. The 5 beast statue in his dantian were a bottomless pit, so he could only use this kind of high-leveled pill to quickly fill them up. This old fellow will definitely cry himself to death when he loses. Su Meiyao laughed. There was still a Dan King here, so he did not plan to make a bet with Chen Xiang. He only watched from the side, obviously having some scruples. Chen Xiang recognized this Dan King. The relations Hi+P between this Dan King and Dongfang Lingyun was very good, and it was because of him that Dongfang Lingyun was able to hide within the Dan alliance. What made Chen Xiang a little depressed was that he had originally planned to wait for the Dan Alliance's Alliance Master and Pill City's City Lord to come over. However, those two brats had gone for so long and did not invite their father over, but instead told the people here that they did not need to wait any longer. When Chen Xiang heard this, he knew that the Alliance Master and the City Lord were not here on purpose. With the previous incident, many people at the scene became very obedient, no longer blindly joining the gambling house. After inspecting the pill furnace, the two Dan Kings stood beside him and watched carefully as Chen Xiang concocted pills. This was because they couldn't do anything to Chen Xiang. They also wanted to see what the outcome would be. After all, he was Li Tianjuan's successor, and he might be able to Hi+Ne in the younger generation in the future. Sooner or later, they would have to fight. The reason why Chen Xiang was so confident was because he had the supplementary medicines that were cultivated by Creation Divine Liquid F. They were all very old ginseng, lingzhi, etc. These supplementary medicine could provide a very dense and special life force. As long as it seeped into the large number of snow muscle JGRAs that were on the verge of death, it would be able to revive them. As long as the ingredients were perfect, and given that he had mastered the basics to refining de-refining Dan, as long as it was a middle-grade ground-level pill, it would not be a problem for him. Chen Xiang placed the dying snow muscle JGRAs into the pill furnace along with a bunch of supplementary herbs. As he released the flames, the supplementary herbs released a large amount of rich life force, which was unique to the Creation Divine Liquid, and was quickly absorbed by it, allowing it to recover its vitality. No one could see what happened inside the pill furnace, so they naturally did not know about the scene with the divine tool. Otherwise, no one would be willing to bet with Chen Xiang. Just like before, Chen Xiang maintained a calm face as he controlled the flames and burned the herbs inside seriously. It was exactly as the long-bearded Dan King said, the snow muscle JGRAs was difficult to burn, and it had an extremely powerful icy cold power that could defend against the invasion of flames. Even if he had a heaven fire soul, being able to release a heaven fire, it would be difficult to defeat it. Fortunately, he had mastered the foreseeing alchemy well, so even if it was his first time burning a snow muscle JGRAs, he could clearly feel the special characteristics of this kind of medicine and then make him use the second stage of the foreseeing alchemy. The snow muscle JGRAs looked like it could not be burned, but once it reached a certain point, it would suddenly explode. If he could not control the flame well at that moment, he would evaporate the snow muscle JGRAs that had turned into water. The snow muscle JGRAs had many variables, so it required 2 stages of foreseeing alchemy. Even so, to control the moment the snow muscle JGRAs suddenly melted, one still had to rely on the alchemist's senses. That kind of innate ability was very sensitive to changes in medicinal ingredients. These were all the difficulties in refining Beauty Dan. Su Meiyao had told Chen Xiang about them before. The iron bone Dan from before didn't need to have 2 levels of foreseeing alchemy, and the special nature of the ingredients were still considered gentle. They weren't as unruly as the snow muscle JGRAs and were hard to serve. Therefore, the alchemist believed that Chen Xiang had a lot of luck and pressure to successfully refine the iron bone Dan. Many alchemists would take part in the compet. 1. Tie-in and use the atmosphere in the compet. 1. Tie-in to exert pressure on themselves, stimulating their own potential so that they could break through. The majority of alchemists believed that Chen Xiang was most likely in such a situation. Those Dan Kings did not say anything as they quietly watched on. Those who had placed their bets, if they lost, it would be a huge loss, especially that Dan King Tanxing. The heaven-level pill was also very valuable in the heaven realm, and that diamond fruit made Ji Meixian's heart move. However, she knew that if she wanted to snatch it from Chen Xiang, it would be even harder than ascending to the heavens. At that moment, he abruptly retracted his flames, and used a soft flame to slowly refine it. As long as he made any slight changes, he would be able to immediately control the gentle flames. Sensing that the flames released by the pill furnace had suddenly disappeared, the two Dan King's faces became gloomy. Chen Xiang's ability to control fire was extremely great. He had already reached the realm where he could control fire as he wished, and even they were ashamed of themselves. They had originally thought that they had an 80% chance of winning, but now they were all wearing dark expressions and didn't say anything. They looked as if they were about to die, and their faces were completely ashen. Everyone was secretly glad that they did not bet, else they would have been buried along with the two Dan King. The long-bearded Dan King's expression was a little better. Even if he lost, he would only lose a pill and a portion of medicinal ingredient. Although they were very precious, they did not affect his attack. But Tanxing was different. Not only did he lose his family foundation, he also lost someone. Tan Zhongxin clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to destroy Chen Xiang's pill furnace that was as stable as a mountain with a punch. If his father lost, the name of the owner of the Fleuries H.I.+ing pill shop would change. How would he be able to hold his head up high in the future? C843. The heavenly girl also went mad. C843. The heavenly girl also went mad. Everyone's hearts were raised to their throats. They looked at Shen Xiang's pill furnace nervously and quietly. Many of the people who lost spar and treasure earlier were gloating, because no matter who won, they would feel very satisfied. If two Dan Kings lost, then they would be the same as them, becoming the losers and, moreover, losing even more miserably. If Shen Xiang lost, they would also feel relieved. Shen Xiang had originally planned to shake the pill furnace and try the same thing again, but the people here weren't idiots. After getting played once, there definitely wouldn't be a second time. Using the method of deflation, I purposely opened a small crack on the lid of the pill furnace so that the ferocious drug aura could float out. She was a true Dan Xian, and not even 10 Dan King could compare to her. Inside the Yanlong furnace, the common sanguinarine herb had already melted and was being burned by Shen Xiang. When he fused common sanguinarine herb and auxiliary medicine, he would make the atmosphere inside the furnace very tyrannical. Reaching this step was basically already within Shen Xiang's control. In order to drag the last Dan King into the water as well, he did as Su Meiyao said and allowed the cover of the Yanlong furnace to be opened, revealing a very thin crack. Just at that moment, a strand of drug aura drifted out from within. Although it was only a strand, the alchemist could tell how many different types of spirit medicines were mixed together. The two Dan Kings heaved sighs of relief. When they saw that Shen Xiang's face had changed and his head was covered in sweat, they laughed out loud in their hearts. You're actually discouraged. This is a taboo in refining pills. This is considered destroyed. There are very few common sanguinarine herb dying here, but a bit of it has been leaked. Even if the Dan Xian came down to the mortal realm, she wouldn't be able to save you. Tan Zhongxin laughed sinisterly. When concocting pills, a lot of care was placed on the drug aura. Once a little of it was leaked out, it would be very difficult to succeed. What Su Meiyao had taught him was much more effective than letting the pellet shake, and was even more convincing. These Dan King in particular all had smiles on their faces. Meijie, help me! Shen Xiang suddenly sent a sound transmission to Ji Meixian. Although Ji Meixian was his archenemy, their relations H.I+P was very strange at the moment. If Ji Meixian wanted to protect him, he would have to follow him sometimes. Ji Meixian had also captured that sliver of drug aura just now, but she could feel that the moment the lid was opened, the drug aura inside the furnace was incomparably dense. Although she wasn't refining pills, she could still see that the drug aura inside the furnace was sufficient to condense the pill. She quickly guessed that this was Shen Xiang's method of letting others fall into his pit, and it was even more brilliant than the method he used to shake the pill furnace. I can help you drag those guys into the water, but you have to give me that image crystal. Ji Meixian replied with his divine sense. Then forget it, the image crystal is more valuable than anything else. Shen Xiang laughed. Okay, if you give me the 5 relive Dan, I'll help you pull that Dan King into the water. As for those other fish, it's up to them. Ji Meixian said, I will get Mu Jialan to make a move too. When the time comes, you must give her a relive Dan as compensation. As long as he won, Shen Xiang would be able to obtain 100 relive Dan from Tanxing. If he could swindle another Dan King, then it would absolutely be worth it. Okay, no problem, but the condition is that you have to scam that cunning Dan King. Shen Xiang agreed. That Dan King, who had a very good relations, HI+P with Dongfang Lingyun, was still unmoved until now, and was obviously not easy to deal with. That depends on how you move him. Ji Meixian snorted. The two of them used their spiritual sense to communicate and agreed to cooperate because this was beneficial to both sides. Sir, you are Li Tianjuan's successor. I presume that the small matter of exposing the drug aura will not affect you, right? Ji Meixian took off her mask, revealing a beautiful face that made people suffocate. The autumn waves were like water, her voice was sweet and light, with a hint of charm, making many men feel that it was worth it. Shen Xiang only glanced at her and sneered. Naturally, I won't delay the success of my core formation. What? Does Bai Hai Tian Nu want to place a bet? As expected of a woman, meticulous and cautious. Ji Meixian's body was graceful, her eyes like silk, and her voice was sweet and lovely. At this time she smiled sweetly. Could it be that young Master Li does not dare let this little girl join us? Or are you worried about a woman's bad luck? I wish I could lose to a beauty like Bai Hai Tian Nu. It's just that I've always played it big. Bai Hai Tian Nu has been watching from the side for a long time, so she should be clear about this. Shen Xiang's voice was calm, but as he spoke, his forehead was perspiring profusely. 200 billion spar. I wonder if it can satisfy young Master's appetite. 1 T? With a wave of her jade hand, Ji Meixian actually threw out 200 billion spars. Everyone was shocked, especially that heavenly son of the peach blossom Xing realm, Jing Xingliang. She was also a favored son of the sage realm, but he already reached the limit for the 1 billion spar. He never thought that Ji Meixian would be so crazy, taking out 200 billion in one go. The Bai Hai Tian Nu had already placed his bet, and was not moved before. But now, at the most crucial moment, she placed his very large bet, which caused many people to waver. Young Master Li, I don't have as many spar as you. I wonder if I can place a bet of 2 billion? The peach blossom heaven lady covered with a pink silk cloth asked. Her voice was like that of a aureole, sweet and intoxicating. Her eyes were like limpid autumn water, as if she could make a man's heart sink into it. Shen Xiang forced a smile and said, If a beauty can defeat me with 2 billion, I think she will remember this in her heart for the rest of her life, right? Even if I lose, it would be worth it to be remembered by such a beauty for the rest of my life. Mu Jialan laughed lightly and threw a storage bag inside. One of them was 200 billion spar, while the other was 2 billion. If he didn't take action now, then when would he? In order to attract the attention of the two girls, the group of animals had thrown away their entire families without any hesitation. Adding Ji Meixian's 200 billion, the amount ACCU mulat on the ground had already reached more than 270 billion. A genius disciple is indeed extraordinary. This old man really wants to place his bet. However, I wonder if little brother can take out something that is worthy enough for this old man to take action on? The Dan King finally spoke. Of course, Shen Xiang couldn't disappoint this cunning Dan King, otherwise how could he obtain the best thing in this Dan King? That depends on what Senior Dan King can take out. Shen Xiang intentionally did not look at the Dan King, making people think that he did not want the Dan King to partake. 1p8. The more it was like this, the more this Dan King wanted to join in. Right now, he had already confirmed that this batch of pills from Shen Xiang was going to be destroyed, because a very weak wisp of drug aura had just leaked out. These Dan Kings all knew that this was definitely not done on purpose. If not Shen Xiang was an idiot, he would use such a thing to joke around. Even they, the Dan Kings who used the best spirit medicine to refine pills, did not dare to let the drug aura leak out so easily. Especially the violent drug aura that had only fused half of it. Even though it was only one strand, it contained a lot of it, and a strand of it could cause irreparable mistakes. Everyone was waiting for the cunning Dan King to make her move. They wanted to see what he would take out to bet with Shen Xiang. The cunning Dan King did not immediately take out something, but was considering something. The cunning Dan King did not immediately take out something, but was considering something. What this old man needs is not medicinal herbs. Dan King thought for a moment, then said. Shen Xiang felt disdain in his heart. This was a gamble, not an exchange. If little brother can take out something that makes this old man's heart beat, I can use my skill to bet with you. The Dan King continued. Shen Xiang did not lack any powerful martial arts, but he was still a little curious. This Dan King seemed to have very high expectations of him. He quickly observed the expressions of the other two Dan Kings and noticed that both Tan Xing and the long-bearded Dan King's expressions changed. Old man Chiu, are you talking about the heaven-earth killing method? Tan Xing could not help but ask. Heaven-earth killing method, just by hearing the name, it was known to be very powerful. Heaven-earth killing method? Was the Tong Tian aristocratic family's inheritance lost to him at the highest possible level? How did you get it? Duan Sanchong said in shock. I picked it up, can't I? Old man Chiu said coldly. I heard that the heaven-earth killing method was sealed on a stone tablet. Even if you obtained it, it would be difficult to cultivate successfully, because the mental cultivation method written on it is extremely profound and obscure. Even the heaven realm immortals found it hard to understand. Ji Meixian's words made the expression of old man Chiu change. So what? But this cannot deny the value of the heaven-earth killing method. Even if the stone tablet was placed in the heaven realm, it would still cause a bloodbath. Old man Chiu said loudly. Mu Jialan sighed lightly. Legend has it that once one succeeds in cultivating this heaven-earth killing method, it will definitely lead to a calamity. Tong Tian aristocratic family does not only have it in the mortal realm, they also have it in the heaven realm. This thing is hot potato. Duan Sanchong laughed as he gave Shen Xiang a meaningful glance before sending him a sound transmission. Although the heaven-earth killing method is very powerful, it can bring about misfortune to others. Even in the ancient times, no one in the Tong Tian aristocratic family would dare to take it. To tell you the truth, my Duan clan is also considered to be a member of the Tong Tian aristocratic family, but was kicked out because of tomb robbing. The ancient powers all knew how powerful the heaven-earth killing method was, and Shen Xiang also frowned. It's actually the heaven-earth killing method. A human used this technique to make one of my ancestors of the imperial dragon race suffer a great loss. I heard that this technique is very powerful. Long Shui said. It's best if we can take it. Our master told us about the power of the heaven-earth killing method. Back then, in order to find this killing technique, master gave it to junior sister and searched for 100 years, but still did not manage to find any clues. Bai Yu said. This was a gamble, and if there wasn't something that would satisfy old man Chiu, he wouldn't be willing to gamble. "This old fellow doesn't have a fire soul," Long Shui said. Since Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu approved of this matter, Chen Xiang did not doubt that it was a gamble anymore. He already had victory in his hands. He only needed to make old Xiu place the bet. Just then, Chen Xiang's pill furnace revealed another sliver of medicine aura, causing Tan Xing and the long-bearded Dan King to uncontrollably smile. Of course Chen Xiang did this on purpose. He was very patient and did not pay any attention to old man Qiu. "Little brother is the descendant of Li Tianjun. You must not only have medicinal ingredients." Although old man Qiu did not want to bet, he also wanted to fish for something from Chen Xiang. Otherwise, if he saw that Tan Xing had obtained the diamond fruit and the long-bearded Dan King had gotten the soaring nine-headed flower, his heart would be very unbalanced. "Yes, there is. It might not be suitable for senior's taste," Chen Xiang said coldly. His expression was serious and his brows were knitted tightly as he continued to concoct pills. Old man Qiu threw out a stone tablet, just to let Chen Xiang know the value of it. The black monolith seemed to be somewhat old and worn out, full of potholes, but it exuded a dense ancient aura, making people feel as if it had existed since the birth of the world. The black monolith seemed to be somewhat old, but it emitted a dense ancient aura, making people feel that it had existed since the birth of the world. The most important thing was that the stone tablet had a terrifying aura. It was that kind of killing intent that was able to affect Chen Xiang's killing heart. If not for Chen Xiang suppressing the killing heart, then maybe he would have released all of the killing intent he had cultivated. His killing intent was extremely terrifying. Right now, he did not dare to unleash it all at once, because he had killed many experts, including dragons, powerful immortals, and poisonous beast devil God. As long as someone was killed by him, the ACCU, Mulat killing intent would be absorbed by him and stored in the killing heart. He really is powerful. As Chen Xiang said this, he took out a cyan-colored pearl. This was actually an azure-colored fire soul. This was formed by him using the green fire soul within the bodies of the two elders from the Fire Divine Palaces. It was as he had guessed, the fire soul could evolve. Even though it was only a cyan-colored fire soul, which was far inferior to the blue fire soul, when old Qiu saw it with burning eyes, he said, "Good, as expected, you didn't disappoint me, so I used this heaven-earth killing method to place my bet." Someone actually used the cyan fire soul to make a bet. If such a thing was auctioned off, it would be hard for even 1,000,000,000 spar to obtain it, because there were simply too few fire souls. Even some of the Dan Kings did not have a fire soul, not even a Dan immortal like Su Meiyao. Without the fire soul, he might not be able to become a pill or immortal. However, with the fire soul, he could make the alchemist work twice as hard, and increase his speed and control of fire by a lot. The heaven-earth killing method was also not bad. The two were both inestimable prices, and in the eyes of different people, they had different values. Even if it was an exchange, Chen Xiang and the old man Qiu were both very willing. However, this was a gamble. They would get nothing if they lost. Chen Xiang had already revealed 3 threads of the medicine aura, and the Dan Kings could see that Chen Xiang was trying to turn the tide. However, they all believed that no matter what Chen Xiang did, the outcome was already set. It was still possible, but most of the alchemists thought that it would be very difficult. Although they knew that some of the alchemists could succeed, those could only be saved by chance. "This is my Peach Blossom Imperial Land's Peach Blossom Immortal Dew, 1 drop for 10 billion spar. Inside this bottle there are at least 500 billion drops, and it's worth 500 billion. If you lose, just give me 500 billion spar." Jing Xingliang, this Peach Blossom Prince, was not one to be outdone. The stakes placed by the 2 heavenly girls were much greater than his, so he had been feeling uncomfortable the entire time. This surprised Chen Xiang. He didn't expect that at this time, there would be another fish jumping into the net. Leader once said, "This peach blossom immortal dew is worth 1 drop every 10 years. This is a quant. 1. Tai, that is 5,000 years. What are you thinking about if 1 drop's value far exceeds 10 billion spares? This is something that cannot be sold privately." Mu Jialan reprimanded. "This is a good item. 1 drop is equivalent to half a pellet of relive Dan." Duan Sanchong laughed. Obviously he understood his limits very well. Jing Xingliang said coldly to Mu Jialan, "It's none of your business." The discord between the Sage Realm and the heavenly daughter of the Tong Tian aristocratic family was nothing new. The discord between the Sage Realm and the heavenly daughter of the Tong Tian aristocratic family was nothing new. This is more than half of the Peach Blossom Imperial Land's reserves. It was useless for Mu Jialan to say anything, because Jing Xingliang had already decided to gamble, and he felt that he would win. Chen Xiang felt that the big fish had already entered the net, so it was about time to retract the net. He released his innate powers, and combined them with his vast spiritual sense. He immediately shot out from between his eyebrows into the pill furnace, speeding up the process of condensing the pill. It's about to form a core. You're using all of your spiritual sense? As expected, the consciousness of a high-ranking alchemist is not just for show, it's really amazing. A young man said. He was an alchemist, but only a low rank. At this moment, everyone who had placed their bets felt as if their hearts had stopped. The entire stadium was extremely quiet, and all of them held their breath. Especially those who gambled so much, if they lost, it would be equivalent to throwing away all their wealth, especially Dan King Tansheng. If Chen Xiang wasn't a tyke. Oh. And, even if he threw out so many heavyweights as bait, he still wouldn't have been able to catch so many big fish. Chen Xiang was also a little nervous at this moment, but he was mostly excited, especially when he saw the pills inside the pill furnace slowly condense and take shape. It's going to be a success. Chen Xiang suddenly calmed himself down. He could not let this critical juncture cause any problems, or else all his efforts would come to naught. Not everyone could calm down at this point of time. There were some alchemists who would fail once their minds were affected, but from start to finish, not only had Chen Xiang been affected by a lot of things, he was even talking to someone else. If not for the fact that he claimed to be the descendant of Li Tianjun, many old fellows would have thought that he was some old fellow who had regressed back to his youth. A moment passed, said, but it made people feel as if they had waited for more than 10 hours. Seeing that Chen Xiang slowly heaved a sigh of relief, with no expression, their feelings were different, because they still did not know if he had succeeded or failed, and Chen Xiang was indeed too calm. He was still calm after everything that happened. Sigh. Chen Xiang sighed, and everyone immediately revealed a smile. They thought that Chen Xiang had failed. Everyone. I'm very happy that you guys can play so happily with me. Even if I lose, I will still be very happy. And now, this little brother has accidentally won again. Chen Xiang suddenly laughed and opened his pill furnace. The snow-white beauty Dan floated out, causing the faces of those who bet to freeze. When they saw the two snow-white beauty Dan, it was as if their world had suddenly turned dark, as if they had suddenly fallen into an abyss. Chen Xiang succeeded, and it was only 2 of them. 2 of them were pure white with no blemishes. In the eyes of these people Partic. 1. Aiding in the bet, they were like 2 extremely poisonous poisons. The rays of light emitted by the beauty Dan made them feel that they were evil, because it was these 2 broken pills that had caused them to lose, as if they had fallen into an abyss. Everyone, please accept my condolences. Chen Xiang waved his hand, taking the opportunity when everyone was in a daze to take away all those things. Although he had over 700 billion, he still had 200 billion to return to Ji Meixian, but to obtain the Peach Blossom Prince's Peach Blossom Immortal Dew, it was worth far more than 500 billion. Of course, there were also the things from the other 2 Dan Kingas. At this moment, He wanted to let Su Meiyao and the others have a good look at the stone tablet that was recorded with the heaven-earth killing method. The three Dan Kings found it hard to believe. Chen Xiang had clearly revealed 3 strands of medicine aura, but he could still succeed, and it was even 2 pieces of beauty Dan. These 3 old fellows who were severely injured, shakily walked over to Chen Xiang's side and carefully examined the 2 beauty Dans. They had indeed just been refined just now and still carried a sense of warmth. The 3 Dan Kings suddenly felt that Chen Xiang purposely revealed the medicine aura to trick them. Thinking of this, their intestines turned green. At this time, many people in the hall had green faces. They glared at Chen Xiang with eyes that were like sharp blades. Wisconsin H.I. plus ing to stab Chen Xiang a few hundred times. If the people here didn't have some status, they would have already made their move. Even the 3 Dan Kings wanted to kill Chen Xiang. "Seniors, you haven't given me anything yet," Chen Xiang said while smiling. "Lose the bet and take it." The long-bearded Dan King was rather straightforward, giving Chen Xiang a storage bag, 30 pellets of Relive Dan, a pellet of Hunyuan Dan, and a portion of Hunyuan Dan medicine. "Father." Tan Zhongsen glared at Chen Xiang, wanting nothing more than to cut off pieces of his flesh. Tan Xing lost the most miserably. He wanted to give Chen Xiang 100 pellets of Relive Dan, 200 billion spar, and the entire medicinal store that was Fleury's. HI plus ing with pills. But if he won, he would be able to obtain a high-grade heaven-level diamond fruit. This was a bet. Although Chen Xiang had another item. 1. Tai, he still couldn't avoid offending a large group of people, and right now there were a lot of people who wanted to kill him. "These are 100 Relive Dan, 200 billion. Tan Xing and the shopkeepers left for a while before returning. Chen Xiang used his divine sense to scan the storage bag. What about this pill shop?" After Tan Xing took in a few deep breaths, he took out a jade tablet with words engraved on it. After releasing the contract with blood dripping from it, he handed it over to Chen Xiang. This was the pill shop's contract, and after Chen Xiang dripped a drop of blood, he confirmed that the contract was valid and then laughed. "Thank you." After refining a whole batch of Beauty Dan, Chen Xiang had won so much that anyone would be jealous to death if word of it spread. "Let's go." Tan Xing's face became gloomy, smoke rose from his hair, and anger filled his heart. With a wave of his sleeve, he brought away everyone from the pill shop. Some of the people who lost whined for a while, then left hatefully. After everyone had left, there was still a lot of grievance left, which Chen Xiang found funny. "Haha, it's mine now." Chen Xiang took off the signboard of the medicine store and sat at the door laughing loudly. This was a very good section of the road, and the shop was very large and well decorated. There were 5 floors in total, and behind them were herb fields and many courtyards. Of course, Chen Xiang alone would not be able to manage such a large pill shop, but he was not worried. After closing the door, he activated the protective array to prevent others from sneaking in, and then went to Dan Fragrance Pure Land's shop that was opened here. Chen Xiang changed his appearance and took out the jade tablet that Hua Xiangyue had given him. He asked the manager of the incense pill pavilion to pass a message to the Dan Fragrance Pure Land and asked them to send a great character from the Dan Fragrance Pure Land over. He did not wait at the Alchemy Fragrance Pavilion. Instead, he found Ji Meixian and returned her 200 billion spar to her, then gave her 6 Relive Dan. Ji Meixian was still living on top of that tower. "You told her about me?" Chen Xiang asked. "No," Ji Meixian said coldly. "Our cooperation is over, please leave." Ji Meixian was also very jealous of Chen Xiang at this time. She was worried that she would not be able to resist and make her move, but she knew that it would be an unwise move to make a move against Chen Xiang. C. 846. C. 846. Even though he had been chased away by Ji Meixian, Chen Xiang's mood was still very good. He was the big winner right now, and all the streets and alleys in Dan City were discussing about him. A lot of people went to visit the Dingxing pill shop, but there was no one inside, so everyone was able to guess that the Li Runshan fellow was hiding there. His name was benevolent and kind, but he annihilated evil beyond compare. At this time, those who lost their bets all called him Evil Demon Li. Forget about the fact that he was tricked in the first round, but he still dared to come to the second round. Furthermore, 2 Dan Kings were caught and even lost miserably, so he just gave away the precious bottle of Peach Blossom Immortal Dew that was worth 500 billion. In the eyes of many people, Duan Sanchong and Ji Meixian had also lost very much, but they were all people that Chen Xiang had invited, and after this, Chen Xiang would not only return the things to them, he would also give them compensation. If others were to find out, Duan Sanchong would definitely be hunted down. I say, Brother Shen, you are too evil. I think those who have lost are all hiding in their rooms and throwing things around. Ha ha! Duan Sanchong laughed. He gave Chen Xiang everything back, and at the moment they were drinking in his room. Don't you see that after the 3 Dan Kings left, their expressions were extremely ugly? Their entire bodies were emitting smoke. Ha ha! As Duan Sanchong drank, he laughed loudly and choked on his wine several times. As the big winner, Chen Xiang was calm, but in his heart, he was still very excited. Hee, there are still a lot of big fish left. I really want to wash them all. Chen Xiang laughed. It will probably be difficult in the future. There are lessons from the past. Duan Sanchong shook his head. Chen Xiang didn't think so. As long as the temptation was enough, he wasn't afraid. Right now, many people are plotting against you. You must be careful. Even though you are in Pill City, you have offended 3 Dan Kings. With their deep roots and backgrounds, they might even make a move against your medicine shop. Duan Sanchong warned. The medicine shop was very big, there were many pills inside. Chen Xiang was only one person, and it was hard to control, but Chen Xiang had already thought of a way. You don't have to worry, I can settle this matter by today. Chen Xiang looked like he didn't care. After Chen Xiang scooped out a large sum of money, he disappeared without a trace. At this time, many people were looking for him, many big powers were secretly investigating him, but they couldn't find anything, as though this person suddenly popped out from a rock and then disappeared. Some of them wanted to find Chen Xiang's whereabouts, wait for him to leave the city, and then make their move. Some wanted to rope him in, some wanted to talk about business, and some wanted to exchange some things with him. Chen Xiang had given Duan Sanchong 10 relived Dan, but he didn't want them, because Chen Xiang had benefited greatly by telling him about the tomb of the son of the devil Ji. There are a lot of good things inside that tomb. Duan Sanchong placed all of these things on the ground. They were all items with surging demonic qi, such as blades and other similar weapons, as well as some materials only the demon world had, some demonic arts, mental cultivation techniques, books and medicinal herbs. These things were all very precious, especially the demon art. However, Chen Xiang's devil arts were much better than the demon arts, so he had seen a lot of them. As for the weapons, they were all used by the devil cultivator. He had no use for them. Brother Chen, please pick any one of these items, Duan Sanchong said very casually as he poured the wine. He didn't lie to you. There are a lot of these things that are pretty good. It suits your status as the son of the demon Ji. But you have used a lot of them. Those medicinal herbs aren't suitable for refining pills, they're only suitable for eating. By you said. Chen Xiang picked up a gray metal rod. It was 10 feet long, very heavy and very dysprosium. I want this for my little disciple. Chen Xiang laughed. Xiao Chou belonged to the great strength race, and now that everyone from the human realm was gathered, it was a very powerful force. Brother Shin, I'm going back to my family. The book on the demon D's son's death is very valuable. I'll bring it back for those old fellows to study. Duan Sanchong said. See you later. After Duan Sanchong left, Chen Xiang immediately went to the Pill's Fragrance Pavilion. To his surprise, the important person that the Dan Fragrance Pure Land had sent was Hua Xiangyue. The message from the jade token in Chen Xiang's hand was directly sent to the leader, so Hua Xiangyue naturally had to personally come over to see what his little master had instructed him to do. As soon as she came, she heard about Li Tianjuan's successor, and she could immediately confirm that the evil demon Li who caused so much trouble was her little mistress. In an elegant room, the moment Chen Xiang entered, he saw that Hua Xiangyue was wearing a fiery long skirt, revealing her shoulders. Between the mountain peaks that were half wrapped up in snow, there was a deep ravine, and a long snow-white leg was revealed from within the long skirt, looking extremely alluring. Hua Xiangyue blinked her beautiful eyes slightly. Her fluttering eyelashes and the enchanting autumn wave made her eyes emit an electric light that could captivate people. When this extremely charming female slave saw Chen Xiang, she gently stroked her beautiful long hair. Her incomparably charming and moving appearance made Chen Xiang's breathing quicken. Little flower demon, I missed you to death. Chen Xiang laughed sinisterly. He returned to his original appearance and flew to Hua Xiangyue's side, tightly grabbing onto the beautiful female slave's waist. His bad hand slowly moved through the thin silk dress. Seeing that her young mistress had become much younger, and even had tender skin, Hua Xiangyue smiled as she caressed her hands. Little scoundrel, now that you're like this, I really want to eat you. I want to eat you more. Chen Xiang hugged Hua Xiangyue, bit on her alluring red lips and forcefully kissed Hua Xiangyue. Ugh! Hua Xiangyue never thought that this little mistress would be so anxious. As she kissed her, she peeled off her clothes. On the bed, the two of them were naked, kissing silently while hugging each other. The beauty's breathing became faster and faster, and the fragrance from her body became stronger and stronger, adding to her charming and flirtatious gentleness. The man found it hard to control himself. The rooms were full of colors, killing intent filled the air above the Pill City, causing the entire Pill City to be enveloped in a depressing haze. Several big shots from the Tong Tian aristocratic family had come, even if they had to expend a large amount of resources, to open the transmission array and travel from another region to the southern region of the Pill City. They had all come for the heaven-earth killing method, and Duan Sanchong had once said that, a long time ago, even Tong Tian aristocratic family did not dare to cultivate it, but that did not mean that the current Tong Tian aristocratic family could not cultivate it. All of these Tong Tian aristocratic family have come for the heaven-earth killing method. Not only were the experts of the Tong Tian aristocratic family here, there were also the experts of the devil realm and the demon realm. It was said that the heaven-earth killing method was connected to some of the ancient powers, and they had also come to search for the heaven-earth killing method. Pill City was very big, it was hard to find if one was hiding there. However, the Tong Tian aristocratic family that came here sent many people to search for the brat called Li Renshan. However, what they did not know was that it was only Chen Xiang's other ident. One Tai. The person they were looking for was currently in bed with his peerless beauty, living a carefree life. In the morning, Chen Xiang and Hua Xiangyue lived a happy night. When they received some information, they found out how many waves the heaven-earth killing method had caused, and it actually attracted even more of the ancient powers that had been hidden for many years. In the morning, Chen Xiang and Hua Xiangyue lived a happy night. When they received some information, they found out how many waves the heaven-earth killing method had caused, and it actually attracted even more of the ancient powers that had been hidden for many years. Huang Jintian, who was in super martial school, immediately rushed to Dan City upon hearing the news. What was most worth the attention of the ancient powers was that there were 4 white-haired people wearing white robes and a white jade mask beside Huang Jintian. As soon as they teleported to Dan City, they went straight to the elixir shop and stood by the door, waiting. Huang Jintian could guess that the rascal who had changed his name to Li Renshan was none other than Chen Xiang himself. Little scoundrel, you actually didn't tell me about such an important matter happening. Hua Xiangyue spat lightly. His face was still flushed red. After being nourished by Chen Xiang for an entire night, this lovely little flower demon became even more beautiful. Chen Xiang curled his lips and said, "Who let you seduce me?" He took out the room deed for the dusk gold elixir shop, and handed it over to Hua Xiangyue after clarifying the contract. "The dusk gold elixir shop is yours now, help me manage it properly, it might be of great use in the future. All right, when others ask, I'll tell them that you sold it to me at a high price." Hua Xiangyue understood Chen Xiang's intention. Chen Xiang thought for a moment, then continued, "When the time comes, you will tell me that your Dan Fragrance Pure Land and Li Tianjun have some sort of relations. HI+P, and you said that I owed you a favor, so I said this shop onto your Dan Fragrance Pure Land." Hua Xiangyue nodded his head. "You can leave the city now, I'll go draw their attention, be careful." Right now, Chen Xiang only wanted to find a safe place to meditate and study the heaven-earth killing method. With so many ancient powers being mobilized, he was sure that they were not simple people. Even the Taiji dragon-suppressed Kung Fu had not caused such a commotion. The large amount of pills and medicine fields inside the Dingxing pill shop were still very valuable. Right now, all around the mansion-like shop were people from various major powers, all staring closely at the Dingxing pill shop, waiting for the person who obtained the heaven-earth killing method. Chen Xiang became an old man and wandered around the city. He realized that the entire city was sealed. It was a barrier set up by the combined forces of many rankers. All the ancient transmission array were sealed and could only be used to teleport over, not to teleport out. Now, not even a fly could fly out of Dan City. To be able to quietly lay such a powerful barrier, most likely a few immortals must have teamed up. What kind of background does the heaven-earth killing method have? Chen Xiang was a little anxious as he realized that even the ground was sealed tightly. We are not too sure. It should be one of the most powerful techniques in the 10 days of the celestial realm. This new world which the 3 realms of the human and demon realms have fused with each other is the strongest of all those years ago, the 10th heavenly layer. Long Shui said. Chen Xiang found Duan Sanchang, and at the same time, disguised himself to look for him. He was in a hotel near the Zenith Pill Shop, staring at the entrance of the Zenith Pill Shop. An extremely oppressive aura permeated the air around the medicinal shop. The entire mansion had been scanned by his divine sense countless times, but no one dared to enter. If the formation was about to be destroyed, the entire mansion would be razed to the ground. What's more, Huang Jintian, this crazy old man, was wearing a white jade mask and was wearing a mysterious white robe, standing guard at the entrance. "Brother Shen, I've already said that the heaven-earth killing method is a hot potato. You almost broke through the sky, and if it were to spread to heaven realm, it wouldn't take long before this world is filled with deities." Duan Sanchang paced back and forth in his room, extremely anxious. He saw Chen Xiang casually drinking tea, and wished that he could kick him. Ji Meixian was also nearby. He naturally knew where Chen Xiang was. As long as he was within 1,000 miles of her, she would be able to sense his presence. Hua Xiangyue did not immediately come to receive the Zenith medicine shop. As long as she came, the ancient powers would not be able to find her. Long Shui had always been following him. What surprised him was that Hua Xiangyue was actually meeting Lu Menger and Dongfang Xinyue, who both of them had also come after hearing the news. Dongfang Xinyue's Dongfang family could be considered an ancient power, but it had declined, so she knew about the heaven-earth killing method. "Brother Shen, who is that guy? There is actually someone who dares to swagger near an old madman like your master," Duan Sanchang anxiously shouted. Chen Xiang walked to the side of the window, saw a black-clothed young man with an imposing aura, and could not help but say with a smile, That is my master's nephew. He seems to have broken through. Gu Dongchen wanted him to go back and see what was going on. The reason was so that Gu Dongchen could become a real ancient spirit man and obtain the inheritance. As for what would happen to him after obtaining the ancient spirit inheritance, that was something even Huang Jintian couldn't predict. Super martial school, what do you mean? Do you want to keep the heaven-earth killing method for yourself? A thunderous voice rang out, as if it wanted to set off a gale. The entire world was filled with killing intent, and only the voice resounded. Huang Jintian laughed coldly. I am sitting at the door, what do you care? If you have the guts, come here and sit, but no one will stop you. After saying this, many people suddenly flew over from all directions and stood on the street. Everyone had concealed their faces and wore very ordinary clothes. Chen Xiang could only see those people. Their faces had a stiff expression. One look was enough to tell that they had disguised themselves. These people only appeared on the streets in groups of 5 or 6. It was obvious that they were the experts from the major powers. I really want to use a bunch of magical corruption gas to poison these BASTARDS to death. That's something I won, I actually want to take it away. Chen Xiang muttered in his heart. He didn't dare explain to Huang Jintian via sound transmission now either. He was worried that those experts would eavesdrop on him. Changzi, why did the heaven-earth killing method cause such a thing? It even blew a bunch of old turtles out. Chen Xiang was very curious. All right, this won't be a secret sooner or later. My Duan clan also belongs to the Tong Tian aristocratic family, but a long time ago, an ancestor of our Duan clan discovered that a piece of history was very vague. Maybe that's the reason why the 10th heaven became the mortal realm. Furthermore, they are separated into different realms, and have to be divided into 3 realms, the human-demon realm and the Great War between 3 realms. Every 100,000 years there is a force controlling them. Duan Sanchong sighed and continued, that heaven-earth killing method is said to be the key that allowed the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord to unite heaven and earth back then. No wonder. Chen Xiang muttered, with how powerful the heaven-earth killing method was, cultivating it would definitely be very difficult. On the street outside the elixir shop, 3 beautiful ladies with white gauze covering their faces suddenly appeared. As they walked, the entire street was filled with cold air and the ground was covered in frost. Sensing that terrifying icy wind blowing towards them, everyone immediately moved out of the way. They knew that these 3 women who looked weaker than them were not to be trifled with. The Icewind magic kung fu, it really lives up to its name. It can actually make so many old fellows move aside. Duan Sanchong said as he clicked his tongue. Isn't this the Icewind magic kung fu? Could it be that they are Lu Menger and Hua Xiangyue from Qin Martial Continent? A man said coldly. His voice was filled with killing intent. Hua Xiangyue smiled charmingly. I am only here to receive the shop I just bought. I did not expect seniors to think so highly of this little girl, to welcome us with such an imposing manner. What? Receive? Those people who came from afar were all stunned. They quickly thought about it, that Li Tianjuan's successor had already moved the Zenith medicinal shop overnight. Your empty words have no basis. I think your Qin Martial Continent wants to keep it for himself. An elder walked out with a dark expression on his face. Of course, Chen Xiang would not watch by the side. He took out death-haunting arrows and poured them into them, allowing him to shoot dozens of arrows at once. He was able to instantly kill those who wished to make a move on Lu Menger and the others. Of course, Chen Xiang would not watch by the side. He took out death-haunting arrows and poured them into them, allowing him to shoot dozens of arrows at once. He was able to instantly kill those who wished to make a move on Lu Menger and the others. He could tell that Huang Jintian was feeling a little pressured right now. If necessary, he would spare no cost to kill all the unknown experts on the street and protect Huang Jintian and the others. Hua Xiangyue took out the house deed, and his voice became somewhat cold. The City Lord and Alliance Master of Pill City should recognize this thing. The Dan King who lost the shop should also be nearby. This is fake. As the old man spoke, he extended his hand to grab the room deed. Just as the old man made his move, the ground suddenly shook, and Huang Jintian had already appeared in front of Hua Xiangyue. The old man's claws had been turned into blood mist by the invisible force that he released. What are you? You actually dare to lay your hands on my grandson? Huang Jintian was infuriated. She waved her hand and the power was like heavenly thunder, striking the old man's face and causing a white light to erupt. The old man turned into a wisp of white smoke. Hua Xiangyue was actually Huang Jintian's grand disciple. Many people who wanted to make a move earlier immediately withdrew their power and used one palm from Huang Jintian to slap the old man who had just said through the 9 tribulations into smoke. If this kind of fellow got crazy, the entire city would be destroyed. At this moment, the killing intent became even more serious. Huang Jintian, what do you mean? A middle-aged man stood up and shouted angrily. He was the companion of the old man who had just been killed. Can't you understand me? She's my grand disciple. If your people attack her, can I just sit back and do nothing? Huang Jintian's voice was cold as he looked at those who wanted to attack. So Dan Fragrance Pure Land's leader is actually Super Martial School's Elder Dan. No wonder Elder Dan has always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Furthermore, the relations HI+P between Dan Fragrance Pure Land and Super Martial School is extremely good. A leisurely voice was heard. It was the voice of a middle-aged woman. Although she was not here, her voice carried a powerful aura. Woman, it's good that you understand. 20,000 years ago, I lost 2 of your arms. Now I can also kill you. Huang Jintian replied. If we don't get a satisfactory answer today, I don't think any of our friends from far away will leave. The middle-aged woman's voice sounded again. Huang Jintian suddenly roared out, a 5-colored light suddenly shone out of his arm. His arm was covered with colorful flickering dragon scales. He extended his hand and grabbed at the air, and with a shout, a lady with disheveled hair and tattered clothes was suddenly grabbed by him. One of Huang Jintian's arms became a dragon's claw. The 5-colored flickering dragon's scale was especially dazzling. That terrifying dragon power caused the entire city to tremble. My wife, my disciple, has taken over this shop as a matter of course. Whoever dares to cause trouble will be killed by me. Huang Jintian casually waved his hand, throwing the middle-aged woman away, his arm returning to its original state. This was Huang Jintian's method. This was an immortal cultivator of the Taiji dragon-suppressed Kung Fu. He was extremely strong, even if it was an expert at the same level as him. He would only be able to be defeated by Huang Jintian in an instant. Your master must have many secrets. He has never ascended until this day. His 5-colored dragon scales means that he has cultivated a 5-colored dragon soul. This is very powerful. Long Shui was extremely shocked, because such a thing actually happened to a human. Even their imperial dragon race rarely had rainbow dragon souls. That was the 5 elements dragon soul. That was a very strong martial spirit. Chen Xiang's current fire dragon Kung Fu soul was still in its nurturing stage. Hua Xiangyue also did not want to make things big, so he immediately said, Li Tianjuan's successor and the Dan Fragrance Pure Land have some connections. His successor once owed me a favor, that's why he transferred the Dingxing pill shop to me. I know this is a hot potato, so I invited my ancestor to take care of it. Chen Xiang watched from the window. The death-haunting arrow in his hands could produce tens of poison arrows that carried magical corruption gas at any time. As long as this group of people charged together, he would shoot them down. They are all idiots and were actually played by a little ghost. If you continue to cause trouble, maybe you will even become enemies with Huang Jintian. You people have lived for so many years, how can you not see it? An old man wearing a black robe suddenly floated over. The old man's face carried a hint of ridicule. Although it was daytime, his eyes were incredibly bright, and his entire body was exuding a very old aura. "It's the old man." Duan Sanchong laughed. "Old Gramps doesn't want that heaven-earth killing method. He just wants to stay away from it, but he won't let anyone else have it." Chen Xiang had met him before. Although there were very few disciples of the Duan clan, and they were often sealed in a strange manner, they had never given up on robbing tombs to look for that mysterious piece of history. He should have just switched stores this morning. That kid is still in the city. He's still sealed. After an old man finished speaking, he flew off in a certain direction. "What do you mean? Won't you let us go?" Gu Dongchen jumped up and stopped the old man. "If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. We will not obstruct you. You can leave using the transmission array or leave from the city gate." The old man's eyes flickered as he looked at Gu Dongchen. This handsome young man in front of him gave him a lot of pressure. "And if I want to fly away?" Of course, Gu Dongchen knew that Chen Xiang was still in the city. "Don't tell me that there is a ban on flying in Pill City. You guys have flown in the sky above the city countless of times already." Gu Dongchen sneered. "Young man, don't think that just because you're a leader that you can be so arrogant. There are only two ways for you to leave the Pill City: teleport away or through the city gates." The old man's voice was cold. Although he knew that Gu Dongchen was not young, he was still a little imp compared to him. Everyone looked at Gu Dongchen and the old man in the air. Seeing that old man was angry, everyone was secretly shocked. Although these people were ancient powers who lived in seclusion, they knew much about the outside world, especially the super martial school that Huang Jintian belonged to. In their eyes, the super martial school was like a poisonous tooth. Gu Dongchen said coldly, "I will also give you two options. Either stop the sealing of the Pill City or die." When the people hiding at the edge of the Pill City heard this, they were all secretly shocked by the super martial school's power. He actually dared to say such words. It must be known that the people sealing the city were all some old fellows. Many people in the Pill City hated being sealed, because other than those experts or those with status, they could not freely enter the city. "Brat, you still!" Before the old man finished speaking, Gu Dongchen suddenly kicked out. The power was extremely strong, as though it was trying to shatter SPAC, causing ripples on the solid SPAC. That kick went from top to bottom and landed on the old man's chin. His speed was very fast and his strength was very strong. He kicked the old man into the air and collided with the spirit formation. The strong impact, along with Gu Dongchen's mysterious and bizarre power, struck the enchantment until it shook uncontrollably, and because of the power of the impact, the old man's body was also crushed into powder. Gu Dongchen was very strong, and the old man just now was not weak. Everyone present could see that, but he was exterminated by Gu Dongchen with just one kick. 3 days later, we will definitely remove the barrier. Huang Jintian, you know a lot about us, so you probably don't want to fight with us right now. Devil Realm and I are hoping for us Human Realm to kill each other. The person who spoke was an old man, but his old voice sounded very powerful, making people feel as if it was very pleasing to their ears. 3 days later, we will definitely remove the barrier. Huang Jintian, you know a lot about us, so you probably don't want to fight with us right now. Devil Realm and I are hoping for us Human Realm to kill each other. The person who spoke was an old man, but his old voice sounded very powerful, making people feel as if it was very pleasing to their ears. If you dare touch my super martial school's people, you will be responsible for the consequences. After Huang Jintian finished speaking, he took Gu Dongchen and left, while the 4 mysterious white-robed men that followed behind him had unknowingly disappeared. Hua Xiangyue, Lu Menger and Dongfang Xinyue all entered the dusk gold pellet shop. Chen Xiang guessed that the four mysterious white-gowned men who had disappeared were probably there to protect Lu Menger and the others. They were the people Huang Jintian brought here. They were very mysterious. Those four fellows are very strange, very powerful. Your master is really mysterious. Long Xue was very curious, even she didn't dare to fly around recklessly at this moment. Bai Yu said coldly, "Right now, you better not go see Hua Xiangyue and the others. They will definitely be watched. Within these 3 days, you must do your best to kill the people from the ancient powers and let them know that it was Benefactor Li who did it." The mysterious evil woman continued to speak with killing intent. "These people are all not good people. For the sake of obtaining the heaven-earth killing method, they would do anything to you. Of course they don't know your true ident. 1. Tai right now. Just teach them a lesson and let them remember it. In order to obtain the heaven-earth killing method, a large price must be paid. Brother Shun, hide yourself. I'll go see my Duan clan's old man." Duan Sanchong left in a hurry. Chen Xiang became a middle-aged man with an indifferent appearance, walking on the streets vigilantly. Even if Bai Yu didn't say anything, he still planned to kill some of the ancient powers and cause a commotion. "Ji Meixian, this woman is following me. She's too annoying." Chen Xiang could feel that Ji Meixian was not far away. If Ji Meixian found out that he was using magical corruption gas to assassinate those strong warriors, he would be threatened by Ji Meixian. Many hostile forces of the White Sea Imperial Land have come to Dan City. "I want to leave with our elder. Do you want to leave with me?" Ji Meixian whispered to Chen Xiang. Naturally, the experts of the White Sea Imperial Land would not shrink back, but it was different for the younger generation. At this moment, Dan City was controlled by some ancient powers and it looked very calm, but there was a hidden killing intent everywhere. "No need." Chen Xiang refused. He did not believe in Ji Meixian. "Then do your best, don't die." Ji Meixian coldly warned him once more, then left. She was not very worried about Chen Xiang. The kid who had turned the new world upside down was still hanging on the street, and it was hard to find another one. Ji Meixian would never give up Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang had her weakness, she could not bear the consequences. She left, and the people from White Sea Imperial Land stepped into the ancient transmission array. Long Xue said. The current transmission arrays were all from those ancient transmission arrays. Teleporting not only required spars, but also other materials, so teleporting once was very expensive. One person alone needed 1 billion spar. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could afford. Moreover, there were some people guarding the transmission array. Deep into the night, Pill City was still brightly lit with lanterns. Many people were searching for the Li Rinshan in the void. In the dark night, he turned into a flying bug that he could often see at night. According to Long Xue's secret technique, he was able to find those hidden experts. "This old fellow just pass," said the 8th tribulation. "Judging from the innate qi on his body, his cultivation is not bad. He should be a member of an ancient power." Su Meiyao made a judgment that if he wanted to kill people from powerful clans, he had to kill them. "Alright, let's see how many of them I can kill tonight. I'll nail their heads to the city wall at daybreak." Chen Xiang had turned into a child and stood on the roof. Long Xue then used the Heaven Tour method, which was split into 10 different parts of his mind, to check his surroundings in case a strong rancor was hiding. He took out the death-haunting arrow and activated a suitable amount of magical corruption gas, condensing them into a crossbow arrow. As long as the magical corruption gas touched his skin, it could quietly enter his body. The most terrifying thing about magical corruption gas was not only its strong poison, but it was also colorless, tasteless, and without any aura. It was hard to sense it, and one would only notice it the moment it entered the body. If he found out that he couldn't immediately use his power to defend against the strange and powerful poison, he would die from the poison and become a pile of rotten meat. Chen Xiang aimed at the old man's nose and released an arrow. Under the control of his mystical technique, he did not even make a sound and shot it into the old man's nose. The old man quickly realized that he had used all of his innate qi to resist the poison. After he roared, Chen Xiang suddenly appeared behind him. The green dragon demon-slain broadsword was summoned by him, hiding a threatening aura and multicolored light. With a large slash, it landed on the old man's neck and cut off his head. After obtaining his head, Chen Xiang quickly burned his corpse, bringing a large amount of soil into the ring. Then, he would use the soul-absorbing devil spell to disperse the remaining souls, lest the other party use a secret technique to summon their souls. Just as Chen Xiang left, a few elders came over, their faces all ugly. They didn't leave any clues. Could it be that those Sin families have appeared? An old man looked around with a serious face and a frown. We have to be careful, this kind of killer is very scary. Another old man said, it's best if we don't split up. That was close. Fortunately, I set up a soundproofing barrier to block the sound and prevent his divine sense from escaping. Long Shui still had some lingering fear in his heart. Looks like next time, I have to be careful and arrange everything properly before I can make my move. Got it, since they want to steal my heaven-earth killing method, let them know what kind of price they want to pay. Chen Xiang became gloomy and continued to search for his next target. He had even set fire to many of Feng Clan's and White Sea Imperial Land stores, killing all of their elders. More importantly, he had also left behind his own tracks, which meant that he, Chen Xiang, had done it. In one night, Chen Xiang killed over 100 experts, all of them instantly killed, burned to death, and cut off their heads. The heads of more than 100 experts were placed in the middle of a square, forming a large Li character. This made many people feel fear and trepidation. These experts were all characters that could overturn rivers and seas with a raise of a hand, yet they were all killed in a single night. Of course, there was another shocking piece of news. Huang Jintian's little disciple had also come and took the opportunity to burn down his enemies, the businesses of the White Sea Imperial Land and the White Sea Imperial Land. Chen Xiang was not afraid of exposing himself. No matter what ident tie he had, he would be targeted by these people sooner or later. One look was enough to tell that it was done by Li Tianjuan's successor. A young man who dared to carry a diamond fruit with him, a precious medicinal ingredient like the 9 deadly flower, to make a huge bet. How could he possibly be an ordinary person? Other people were looking for him, but he was secretly killing the experts of these hidden forces. One kill, he even put the heads in the square. Pill City was in chaos, and many people wanted to escape from this place that was filled with killing intent. This was originally a city for saving lives, because there were many precious pills for sale here. At this point, Dan Alliance and the rest of the Dan King had no choice but to step forward. Last night, it was not only Chen Xiang who carried out the A.S.S.A.S. signation, there were also a lot of people who took action at night. All of them were hermit forces that had enmity with each other. If this continued, Dan City would definitely be destroyed by this group of people. Last night, it was not only Chen Xiang who carried out the A.S.S.A.S. signation, there were also a lot of people who took action at night. All of them were hermit forces that had enmity with each other. If this continued, Dan City would definitely be destroyed by this group of people. He had many powerful armors in his hands, all obtained by killing those hidden experts. Their bodies were burned by Chen Xiang's Heaven Fire S, but the armors were not burnt. Because those strong warriors had used the innate qi to resist the poison, without any protection, the armor could not withstand the powerful flames at all. If Chen Xiang took these dozens of armor for auction, he could definitely sell them for a high price. After the Dan King S made their move, the situation became much better. At least, many people did not dare to act brazenly, nor did they dare to fly around in the air above the city. However, they still continued to search for Li Renshan within the city. Chen Xiang had been hiding this entire time. He wanted to make his move only at night. However, after the 100 or so hidden experts died, many people became vigilant. On the afternoon of the second day of the seal, a strong qi came from the transmission array. Upon sensing the qi, which was as vast as the ocean, one would know that the person who had arrived was an expert from the White Sea Imperial Land. The White Sea Imperial Land had suffered heavy losses as well. The medicine shop that was like a mansion had been burnt down, and all the experts that were guarding inside had been mysteriously assassinated. Many of the pills had been burnt down, and the medicinal fields that were planted had also been burnt down. The originally luxurious shop turned into ruins after a huge fire. This was all done by Chen Xiang. Huang Jintian had already warned them that if they angered Chen Xiang, they would need to take responsibility for the consequences. The people of the White Sea Imperial Land had chased after him time and time again in order to steal his blade and delay skills. What Chen Xiang did not know was that when he assassinated the experts from the two families, many of them were important figures. It was just that when he went to attack the rough and random Profound Land, he was severely injured, which made it easier for him to do so. Hurry up and leave this place. We don't even know what methods these ancient factions that once towered over the 10th heaven have. Long Shui said. One must know that when the 10th heaven was Fleury's, Hi+ing, their imperial dragon race had not even been born yet. Chen Xiang was also worried about this, but he did not immediately leave. He found another 10 odd powerful warriors, using magical corruption gas S and death-haunting arrow S. He killed them with the light carriage familiarly, cut off their heads, and took off their armor. Some of these experts didn't wear any armor or kept them in their storage rings. However, only they were able to open their storage rings. If they were forcefully opened by others, they would automatically be destroyed. Finally, after the deaths of over 10 experts, the sealing formation disappeared. Originally, it had been 3 days, but now it had been 1.5 days ahead of schedule. After the seal on the Pill City was lifted, many people left the city in fear that they would bring calamity upon the old geezers one day. Chen Xiang left amidst the crowd. Coming to Dan City this time, he had gained a lot. Not only did he win a lot, he also obtained the heaven-earth killing method that caused the entire human realm to go crazy for him. After leaving the city, he rushed towards a dense forest in the distance. That forest was considered to be one of the more famous danger zones, but it was the safest one for Chen Xiang. Someone is fighting inside. Chen Xiang saw wave after wave of strong auras coming from ahead, and strong gusts of wind rose from inside, blowing many of the fallen leaves in the mountain outwards. Chen Xiang originally wanted to go take a look, but based on the qi that he had sensed, the two people fighting inside were very strong, so he took a detour. But the curious Long Shui actually used the Heaven Tour method, and used his consciousness to check it. Very quickly, she came to a conclusion. She said in shock, "It's the son of the Peach Blossom Imperial Land, Tianzi. This guy lost 1 billion spar and gave you a bottle of Peach Blossom Immortal Dew. I didn't think he would still have the mood to fight right now." "Oh, who's the one fighting this guy?" Chen Xiang asked in shock. "I don't know, but it looks like it was a vain martial cultivator. From its aura, it seems to be from blue blood race, and it's a young man." Long Shui speculated about the ident. "One, tie of the man. I will deal with this guy sooner or later. As long as it's someone who has his eyes on my green dragon demon-slain broadsword, I won't let them off." Chen Xiang secretly clenched his teeth. Last time at the Dingxing pill shop, Jing Xingliang said that she would SNATCH his green dragon demon-slain broadsword. Eating the Hunyuan Dan and strengthening my body should be enough to defeat that guy. Su Meiyao said. Iron Bone Dan's were the best quenching body Dan he could currently concoct, but it was far from enough. Even if he ate a lot of these pills, it wouldn't be of much use to him, but he could refine them together. It meant that he could turn multiple medicinal ingredients into a pill. The one fighting the Peach Blossom Prince is very strong. I never thought the human royal family was so strong. Long Shui exclaimed. I hope that Peach Blossom Prince can live. I want to take care of him myself. Chen Xiang turned into a bird and flew into a forest. Right now, he had nothing to worry about. The people who robbed him especially made him feel disgusted. When these guys robbed things, they even talked about a lot of reasons, making others feel that it was very reasonable for them to steal things. Chen Xiang hid in a cave and laid down some array formations. Only after it made the cave very safe did he start to cultivate. If I make a breakthrough, I'll have to go through tribulation. Chen Xiang thought about that terrifying nirvana doom and felt a lingering fear. If he wasn't protected by a group of old fellows when he went through the tribulation last time, he definitely wouldn't have been this relaxed. However, he also wanted to test out a more normal nirvana doom. Last time, his first calamity had been a great calamity for 2,000 people. The Hunyuan Dan was a low-grade heaven-level pellet, so Chen Xiang did not dare to eat the whole pellet. Instead, he allowed Su Meiyao to use a special method to split the pellet into two. The Hunyuan Dan contained a large amount of refined innate qi, and after eating it, he would be able to open up the Zhenyuan granule in his dantian even faster. After consuming half a pellet, Chen Xiang felt a burst of energy in his body, but the energy was very gentle and flowed through his veins. As Chen Xiang cultivated, he continued to condense creation divine liquid eth. He needed a large amount of medicinal ingredients to refine the Iron Bone Dan. In a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and Chen Xiang was still in the midst of cultivating. The peace in Dan City returned, and many of the ancient factions left, leaving only a portion of them behind. Following the commotion caused by the heaven-earth killing method, more and more factions of ancient families and sects appeared, all of them being at the same level as the S and Sage Realm experts. Right now, not only were there 10 more Tong Tian aristocratic family, there were more than 10 more of them. In the north, south, west, and north, these 5 sects were all occupied by the strong ancient powers. The original overlords of these places were now even more depressed, because many good places or small sects in this new world were all occupied by these ancient powers. Right now, not only were there 10 more Tong Tian aristocratic family, there were more than 10 more of them. In the north, south, west, and north, these 5 sects were all occupied by the strong ancient powers. The original overlords of these places were now even more depressed, because many good places or small sects in this new world were all occupied by these ancient powers. These ancient powers had all been inherited from the 10th heaven, but they had always been hidden in the profound realm, so many people did not know much about them. However, this was a good thing for many warriors as these ancient powers were taking in disciples. Furthermore, when the Devil Realm and the other ancient powers attacked, these powerful ancient powers would not be annihilated. Pill City had become even bigger now. Many ancient powers had sent out their Dan King S to join them. This way, they could open their own pill shop in Pill City. Chen Martial Continent, Super Martial Profound Realm, Huang Jintian had been guiding a few elders on their cultivation every day after he came out, and would occasionally teach at the Super Martial School's plaza. In order to make the Super Martial School's overall strength stronger, Huang Jintian continuously used the Heaven Extended method to allow many elders to cross the Nirvana doom. Master Ancestor, our Chen Martial Continent does not have any ancient powers. Furthermore, this place is near the Devil Realm and the Demon Realm, it should be under constant attack. Gu Dongchen sighed. Huang Jintian laughed. A lad, you are from the ancient spirit clan. Your ancient spirit clan is much older than those Tong Tian aristocratic family. Now they should have also released their seals. Gu Dongchen chuckled. Master Ancestor must also be a member of one of the ancient powers. Sigh, that brat, Chen Xiang, made such a big fuss in Pill City, but he still didn't come back and tell us about it. Huang Jintian stroked his beard, his face filled with displeasure. Seeing Huang Jintian's expression, Gu Dongchen had already seen how Chen Xiang looked like when he was lectured after he returned. Martial Ancestor, what method did you use? He actually killed more than 100 experts from ancient powers. If those powers were to find out, our super martial school will be in trouble. Gu Dongchen was very suspicious about this. I don't know either. Even if I had come here in secret, it would have been very difficult for me to not have been discovered by others. Moreover, over 100 people were killed in one night. I don't know either. Even if I came here in secret, it would be difficult to not have been discovered by others. Huang Jintian frowned and shook his head. However, this little bastard really deserves a beating. He even dares to take something like the heaven-earth killing method. When he comes back, I want to beat him up. Chen Xiang had cheated quite a few of his spar, causing him to always bear a grudge against him. However, he would be cheated even more in the future, because the pills in Chen Xiang's hands were of a higher grade than before. That's true, at that time he did not know how powerful the heaven-earth killing method was, but now he knows how terrifying that thing is. After Gu Dongchen returned to the ancient spirit race, he found out many things, including information about the heaven-earth killing method. Rough and random profound land, 10 Heavens Supreme Lord is buried inside. It looks like it won't be long before the two demon and demon regions join hands and attack rough and random profound land once again. Huang Jintian's face became serious. But if I can learn the heaven-earth killing method, then I can easily enter. Gu Dongchen nodded his head. The heaven-earth killing method is the map to the tomb of the great emperor. But I don't want that little bastard Chen Xiang to go in. Even if he can learn heaven-earth killing method, it's still very dangerous to go in. Who knows what kind of changes have occurred after so many years? Huang Jintian shook his head. Chen Xiang, who was still cultivating, did not know that the most tempting thing about the heaven-earth killing method was that he could enter the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's tomb. Duan Sanchong naturally knew about this matter. He didn't tell Chen Xiang because he didn't want Chen Xiang to take the risk. The people from the Duan clan had all suffered greatly inside, and he felt that the heaven-earth killing method was unreliable. Ji Meixian also knew that she was concealing this matter because she was worried that Chen Xiang would grab her undergarment when he was inside and use it to threaten her later. In her plans, she had to wait for him to become stronger before she could drag Chen Xiang inside to get it. The rough and random profound land had already determined that it was the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's mausoleum. Those Shring Domain and Tong Tian aristocratic family had attacked once, but they were still unable to move. Even if even more people attacked together, the result would be the same. This was equivalent to a key, a map, allowing people to safely enter the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's mausoleum. It could easily open the main door of the mausoleum, and enter to search for the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's inheritance. Isn't this heaven-earth killing method in the hands of the Tong Tian aristocratic family a long time ago? Gu Dongchen was extremely suspicious. Why didn't he learn it and then enter the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's mausoleum? Back then, this world was separated from the others and the rough and random profound land was also a profound realm, but he only appeared now, and the heaven-earth killing method is not easy to learn. Only the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord could learn it. No one else has ever mastered it. Huang Jintian sighed. Because to learn the heaven-earth killing method, one must first have a killing heart and possess enough killing intent. Gu Dongchen gasped. No wonder many ancient powers did not dare to touch it. Whoever obtained it would become a homicidal maniac. I'm afraid that even before I managed to refine the killing heart, My soul has already been destroyed and become the incarnation of slaughter. Saying that, Gu Dongchen smiled slightly. Junior Master's killing intent is heavy, but he is fine, he did not lose his sanity. Yeah, but it still requires a certain amount of killing intent. I feel that it's still not enough, so I'm really worried about him. Who knows, maybe the reason he killed over 100 experts was for the sake of cultivating this demonic technique. Huang Jintian's face was full of worry. Chen Xiang was not aware of this fact. He only knew that it was very suitable for people with killing hearts to learn. This was said by Su Meiyao and by Yu Yu's master. If not for that, their master would not have searched for many years. Originally, Chen Xiang's killing intent was not strong enough, but it was a coincidence. On that day, it also gave him a perfect opportunity to kill more than 100 powerful hidden experts, causing his killing heart to become stronger and stronger. Because he cultivated the White Tiger's divine ability to suppress the murderous aura, the power of the White Tiger divine technique was to transform killing aura into energy. Little Junior Marshal Uncle is not kind at all. He gave the medicine shop to Junior Marshal's sister. Gu Dongchen muttered. Giving this to little girl is the best choice. After all, she's an alchemist and has great experience in controlling alchemy. If that's the case, then that brat won't dare to offer a high price in the future. You can just buy from little girl at a low price. Huang Jintian laughed. Martial ancestor, how about this? In the future, when you ask the Junior Marshal Uncle to sell me pills, it'll be cheaper. Gu Dongchen whispered. Huang Jintian looked at him with disdain. It's already not bad that he can sell it to you. Some of his pills are not even sold at high prices. Young senior uncle is such a SCU bag. He won so many bets in Pill City. He didn't even think about Super Martial School and only thought about how to cheat me. Gu Dongchen shook his head and sighed. If Chen Xiang knew about this, he might offer an even higher price in the future. The Dan Fragrance Pure Land had successfully received the dazzling spring pill shop and changed its name to Fragrance Pavilion. Lu Menger and Dongfang Xinyue then returned to continue refining their array disc. The Dan Fragrance Pure Land had successfully received the dazzling spring pill shop and changed its name to Fragrance Pavilion. Lu Menger and Dongfang Xinyue then returned to continue refining their array disc. However, they were not willing to just create an ordinary profound realm, so they had to spend more time on it, creating a larger, more stable, and more concentrated spirit energy profound realm. But an array disk was only a foundation. In addition to this, they also had to carry out many more projects and use a great deal of resources. Pill City had already returned to its previous state, because there were more Dan King-s in the Dan Alliance, making the city safer. The Dan King-s had already promised that nothing like that would happen again, and if there were more people sealing the city, these Dan King-s would work together to kill it. 15 days after Chen Xiang left Pill City, a huge battle broke out at the Pill City's fighting ground. 2 women were actually fighting. One was a white-haired girl in red armor, and the other was the heavenly girl of the Feng clan, Feng Yuha. That beautiful white-haired woman was Chen Xiang's recognized sister, Ling Yulan. After she found out that Chen Xiang and the heavenly woman from the Feng clan had fought, the first thing she did when she came out was to find this woman and challenge her to a battle. The 2 of them were evenly matched in the beginning, but later, Feng Yuha somehow escaped. The furious Ling Yulan almost attacked the reconstructed Feng clan pill shop, but she was stopped by another woman. Not long after, White Sea Imperial Land's Ji Meixian was also challenged by a girl in Pill City. Ji Meixian was already very pretty, but he was still a little lacking compared to the girl. When she found out that the girl in front of her was Xue Xianxian, Ji Meixian was extremely happy, because she knew that Xue Xianxian was Chen Xiang's wife, and wanted to use Xue Xianxian to threaten Chen Xiang. Because Xue Xianxian was very strong, knew Icewind magic kung fu, and was Lu Menger's disciple. What made her surprised was that although Xue Xianxian looked delicate and beautiful, a kind-hearted and pure fairy that didn't taint the mortal world, she was actually fiercer than Chen Xiang in battle. If Ji Meixian was not a ranker from the Heaven Realm side and had his own battle experience, she would have been severely injured by Xue Xianxian. The Pill Emperor Hall was situated in the center of the Pill Emperor Hall, and there were many spectators watching from the sidelines. A battle between women that could shake the heavens and earth truly made the youths of the supreme powers feel ashamed. Want to run? Ling Yulan shouted coldly from below. In her hand was a red and white greatsword, and a fiery red armor was worn on her body. Not only did it not affect her beautiful figure, but it had also added a strange charm to it. Following the fluttering of her white hair, it made her look even wilder and more domineering. Ji Meixian was bleeding from the corner of her mouth. She did not expect Xue Xianxian to be stronger than Chen Xiang. And Chen Xiang's recognized sister below was also a terrifying woman. Many men didn't even dare to look at her. Xue Xianxian and Ling Yulan had already said through the second tribulation, and the two of them had gone through it together. That time they did not know what would happen to their nirvana doom, nor did they expect it from Chen Xiang, but they still said through it. Lu Menger had to wait for them to through the second tribulation before he could be at ease, because the Icewind magic kungfu had to through the second tribulation before it could unleash its true strength. After all, they were people that were very close to Chen Xiang. However, after they had said the second tribulation and mastered the ability of escape in the Icewind magic kungfu, they could easily escape in front of the most powerful enemies. There's a misunderstanding between us. Ji Meixian's eyes flickered. Although she was young and beautiful, she had lived in the Heaven Realm for many years, and was just a living fossil. Misunderstanding? Your White Sea Imperial Land wants to kill my husband. As the heavenly daughter of Bai Hai, you are my husband's #1 enemy. I only killed you to save my husband some trouble in the future. Xue Xianxian's voice was light and her white clothes fluttered gently. Her black hair fluttered in the wind and an extraordinary temperament was formed naturally. Ji Meixian was not an ordinary woman. Although she was facing two strong enemies, she was very shrewd and scheming. It would not be difficult for her to escape, but that would be very unsightly. Previously, the Feng clan Heavenly Girl had been beaten to the point of running away. Now, she was filled with curses, which affected the reputation of the entire Feng clan. I did not threaten to kill him, nor did I want to his things. In Green Summit City, I only made my move to save the son of Heaven of White Sea Imperial Land. She knew that Chen Xiang was not in Pill City. If she could get a good relations, Hi+P with Xue Xianxian and Xue Xianxian, then she could use these two women, who had a good relations, Hi+P with Chen Xiang to threaten him. If you want to run, then hurry up and run. What are you blabbering about? Ling Yulan shouted. Xue Xianxian did not speak further. With her palm, the entire fighting arena was covered in a thick layer of ice. The cold chi released by the ice wind palm was extremely strong, transforming into countless of ice swords that pierced towards Ji Meixian. There really is a misunderstanding between us. We're all women, so we should sit down and have a peaceful chat. Ji Meixian clenched her teeth. If she wasn't protected by her immortal clothes, she would have ran away. The Icewind magic kungfu was very strong. It was hard for people to guard against the cold. It was very easy to freeze the innate chi. Alright, give me 100 million spar as a guarantee. After I see my brother, if you confirm that there's a misunderstanding, then I'll return it to you. Ling Yulan said. She knew that Ji Meixian had bet 200 billion, even though she had already lost. It proved that she was a tyke. Ji Meixian scolded in his heart. Chen Xiang was just a guy who spent all his time thinking about how to trap the spar. He never thought that his sister would be like a bird. No problem. Ji Meixian agreed, while Xue Xianxian also stopped, no longer attacking. Ji Meixian heaved a sigh of relief. She felt that she could quickly become friends with these two terrifying girls. Everyone was secretly unhappy in the end. They had actually used Spar S to deal with it. However, hundreds of billions of Spar S still surprised them. Ji Meixian Pas, said a storage bag to Xue Xianxian, there are 100 billion Spar here as a guarantee. When you see Qin Xiang, you just need to confirm with him. If I am lying to you, you don't need to return it to me, but if there is no enmity between us, you should return it to me. I believe both of you are trustworthy people. Xue Xianxian counted, and after confirming that there were 100 billion Spar inside, he revealed a very beautiful smile. No problem. Ji Meixian also laughed and said, then let's find a place and sit down to have a good chat. We are all women, there is no need to fight in such a manner. Xue Xianxian jumped down from the contest ring, handed the storage bag over to Leng Yulan, then smiled at Ji Meixian. Before we confirm that we are enemies or friends, we have nothing to discuss. Leng Yulan kept the storage bag and left with Xue Xianxian. Ji Meixian's smile froze, and she secretly cursed in her heart. She never thought that these two women would be so cautious. Even if it cost 100 billion, they would still not let down their guard, and just take them and leave. He felt that he had to at least light up 300,000 of them. If he knew that Xue Xianxian and Leng Yulan were to follow his example and scam others everywhere, he would definitely be very happy. How many sets of Iron Bone Dan's medicinal herbs are there now? In these past few days, Chen Xiang had condensed quite a few creation divine liquid. How many sets of Iron Bone Dan's medicinal herbs are there now? In these past few days, Chen Xiang had condensed quite a few creation divine liquid. 150, but it's still not enough, because you might fail, so it's best if you eat the remaining half of his Hunyuan Dan. Su Meiyao said. Chen Xiang was helpless. When he was cultivating, he had to cultivate his flesh and blood, but right now his Luotian gate was still in the process of self-recovery and could not be used. If not, the effect would be better. Now that the demon and devil realms had fused with it, the temperature of the Earth's core was even higher. He reckoned that even if there was a profound wood diamond armor, it would be impossible to easily enter the Earth's core. Chen Xiang was currently wrapped in a ball of mist. After eating the other half of the Hunyuan Dan, he quickly entered into a state of cultivation. After half a month, even though he had already refined an entire Hunyuan Dan, he was still a distance away from breaking through. Even so, he was still extremely shocked by the Hunyuan Dan. With another Hunyuan Dan, I will be able to endure the second nirvana tribulation. Chen Xiang was currently in a very good state, full of energy. This won't do. If you don't cultivate your body, you might be in danger from your tribulation. Su Meiyao said in a serious tone. Chen Xiang took out 2 sets of Iron Bone Dan's medicinal herbs. He wanted to refine these 2 ingredients into a highly compressed Iron Bone Dan so that he could improve its quality. Many alchemists would rarely do this, because they did not have enough medicinal ingredients to try. Furthermore, doing so would easily fail, but Chen Xiang was different. Try 2 of them first. If you think you can, try 10 more, then 100. Su Meiyao said. This Iron Bone Dan could be considered relatively easy. It didn't need to have 2 foreseeing alchemies. If he wanted to refine 100 sets of medicinal ingredients at the same time, he only needed enough flames and consciousness. With the help of his Fali, it would be even easier. However, it was still difficult for him to refine them like this, but he was also preparing to refine a high-grade ground-level pellet in the future. With your current body, even immortals can't compare to you. I feel that 100 batches of refined medicinal herbs will never satisfy you. At the very least, 1,000 batches. Su Meiyao's words gave Chen Xiang a big shock. 1,000 sets of medicinal herbs? How long would that take? And would it succeed? If he wanted to raise the level of the Iron Bone Dan, he could only do so. After all, he didn't have a better method to temper his body faster and could only rely on pills, and Iron Bone Dan was also the best choice. Without wasting any medicine or time, condense 1,000 sets of medicinal ingredients into a single pellet. The quality of the pellets here must be very high. It should be of high quality in the heaven level, Su Meiyao said. Chen Xiang was a little excited. That means I can refine the heaven level pill now? The fact that you are able to reach that level does not mean that you are able to refine heaven level medicinal herbs into heaven level pills. You only have a large number of ground level medicinal ingredients to refine heaven level pills. So you still can't be considered a Dan King who can refine a heaven level, Su Meiyao said. Chen Xiang threw 2 sets of Iron Bone Dan's medicinal herbs into the pill refining furnace and began his plan. Refining Iron Bone Dan was already not a difficult task for him. Right now, he had already grasped the dual-layered foreseeing alchemy, and it was more than enough to deal with this kind of first-layer foreseeing alchemy. He could even successfully refine shabby-looking medicinal ingredients, not to mention the perfect set of medicinal ingredients at this moment. The quality was really high. Normally, he could refine 5 or 6 pellets, but this Iron Bone Dan really did fuse together into 5 or 6 pellets. After being compressed, the quality was also several times higher. If 1,000 sets of medicinal ingredients were to be compressed and fused together, the quality would not only increase by 1,000 times, but even more, because the quality would become even higher after being compressed. Su Meiyao estimated that it would be at least 10,000 times better. Chen Xiang directly swallowed the pellet. Although the quality was high, it was completely useless against his bottomless pit body. Chen Xiang's body was like a pond. If a small stone was thrown into the pond, it would at most cause ripples in the water and quickly disappear. Therefore, normal Iron Bone Dan were of no use to him. How many sets of Iron Bone Dan's medicinal ingredients are there now? Chen Xiang threw 10 sets of ingredients into the furnace, and this time he tried 10 sets. 300 portions. If you feel that you can control 1,000 portions of medicinal herbs after you finish refining this furnace, you can begin refining the creation divine liquid. Su Meiyao was currently processing the herbs with Bai Yuyu, so they did not let Long Shui join in. This little gluttonous dragon's mouth was very dishonest, even though the Iron Bone Dan's herbs were not tasty, and were not of any use to her. It was very difficult for her to control her mouth. Chen Xiang right now, just by concocting these 10 batches of ingredients, he would need to roughly determine how he would control 1,000 batches of ingredients. He had already grasped the second stage of foreseeing alchemy, so it wasn't difficult for him to deduce right now. If Chen Xiang didn't have a solid foundation, he wouldn't dare have such a plan in his current state. After 5 hours, Chen Xiang had succeeded in refining the pellet in one go. The quality of the pellet was already close to that of a superior grade ground-level pellet. "How is it?" Su Meiyao asked. Seeing Chen Xiang's head full of men, she was a little worried. Chen Xiang sighed and said, "It's not bad, but I have to use up a lot of my spiritual sense. It seems that I need to consume some medicinal pills to replenish my energy during the refining process. There are still about 20 or so refining Dan left. That should be enough for you to use to recover. As for the innate qi, the 5 elements profound Dan should not have any problems." Su Meiyao said. Refining Dan cultivates the soul, mainly to strengthen the soul. If a large amount of spirit power and consciousness is consumed, it will cause the soul to become sluggish. After using the refining Dan and allowing the soul to recover, one can once again use spirit power and spirit power. Then I will begin condensing the creation divine liquid. Chen Xiang closed his eyes, took a deep breath and activated the Dragon Cohesion Kung Fu. The creation divine liquid only needed to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, cooperate with the heaven fire in his body, and refine the green dragon genuine chi. Using a profound method to fuse the three powers, it would be able to produce the creation divine liquid. Right now, he did not need to do anything else. He only needed to concentrate on refining the creation divine liquid, and only used 5 days to condense a large amount of iron bone dans. You should know how to refine 1,000 sets of medicinal herbs, right? The last time she borrowed Chen Xiang's body, and fused the magical corruption gas and G.O.D. powder together, refining them for a very long time. I know, adding medicinal herbs at different times, I feel that I can add 20 of them at a time. Chen Xiang had already come up with a set of plans. After finus, HI+ing all the preparations, he put 20 sets of ingredients into the furnace. There was a universe within the Yanlong furnace, and there was a lot of SPAC within it. Refining multiple sets of medicinal ingredients required a very strong consciousness to suppress the medicine aura, because at that time, there would be a lot of medicine aura. Refining multiple sets of medicinal ingredients required a very strong consciousness to suppress the medicine aura, because at that time, there would be a lot of medicine aura. After 20 portions of the iron bone dans medicinal ingredients were refined and merged by him, he would have to continuously heat them up with flames, maintaining them in an active state and preventing them from solidifying. Then, he would continue to add another 20 portions of medicinal ingredients and refine the 20 portions once more, fusing them with the medicine aura he had refined before and compressing them so that the quality of those medicine aura would become even higher. In the past, Chen Xiang would only take a very short time to refine pills, but now, he needed a very long time. He estimated that it would take at least half a year, because when the later stages of the medicine aura get compressed to a certain degree, it would take a long time to be suppressed. In a desert in the southern region of human realm, a few men were walking on the hot sand with slow steps. I never thought that Lien Mingdong's father would actually be the Lotus Island's island master. Now that he has been taken back, it means that he is the young master of the Lotus Island. Zhu Rong sweated the most, but a fatty like him was not only sweating, he was also sweating. Zhu Rong sighed, "This guy is asking for a beating. I always thought he was a pitiful, poor elementary scholar, but who knew he was such a little tyke? If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have given him that much of a discount." Yun Xiaodao looked at the scorching sun in the sky. "And fatty, it's all your fault for buying that lousy map. Look at where you've brought us to, we're all about to die from the heat." Yun Xiaodao took off the clothes on his upper body, revealing his tanned and strong muscles. XV Weilong stayed silent throughout the journey. He only glared coldly at Zhu Rong. Yun Xiaodao, XV Weilong, and Zhu Rong, under Huang Jintian's guidance and help, had already reached Nirvana realm. They were currently heading towards the old continent of the king, but because the ancient transmission array was too expensive, they couldn't bear to leave it, so they walked towards it. Other than the three of them, there was also Chen Xiang's disciple Xiao Chou, as well as the archaic that was guided by Chen Xiang to join the super martial school. Xiao Chou was still a bald youth, naked, with a dead blade of GRASS in his mouth. Ting Ying was an archaic descendant, and after transforming, he would become a handsome young man. Right now, even he was unable to endure this kind of terrifying heat. "I say, Ting Ying, don't wear that armor, it's even hot when I look at it," Zhu Rong muttered. He was wearing a full set of blue armor, which was unbearable to look at. "And fatty, what does it have to do with you? It's all your fault? You miser, if not for buying an outdated map and making us work so hard." Yun Xiaodao rolled his eyes at him. "Little Yun, you can't blame me for this. You can only blame that stingy leader for letting us walk to Pill City. He hasn't even paid us a single fare." Zhu Rong clenched his teeth and said. Xiao Chou looked at Ting Ying and laughed. Bald Eagle, can you transform into your original body so that we can ride you to the other side? Tingying rolled his eyes. Didn't this old lunatic say that I can't go back to my original body? If I get discovered, it will be troublesome. The Kylan Thunder Eagle was indeed a treasure all over, and Zhu Rong kept thinking about the scales on his body. Now your life is in danger. If you become a Kylan Thunder Eagle, you will be able to fly out very quickly, and when the time comes, you can just change back. In this kind of desolate place, there won't be many strong warriors. Also advised. Thinking about how cool it would be to be able to ride on an primordial beast. Tingying had already gotten familiar with these guys long ago, and it was not the first time Yun Xiaodao and the others had intentions to get close with him. D.A.M. And Fatty, don't even think about it. You're the one who led the way, and this is all your fault. Tingying snorted. In the endless hot desert, the scorching sun emitted waves of terrifying heat, making the entire desert feel like a huge steamer, steaming hot. There's something strange about this desert. We are at the Nirvana realm after all, yet it's so hot that it looks like a dog. 15 Weilong grabbed a handful of silt and stared at the sand in his palms. Oblique Dragon, you've said this dozens of times. Those with no brains can tell that there's something strange in this desert. You don't need to remind me. Zhu Rong used his leg to stir up some sand, sighing helplessly. Tingying thought for a moment, then said, I thought of one possibility, that is that there is a very powerful flame energy below, maybe the legendary Earth core is releasing heat. Zhu Rong clapped his hands and said, That's right, it's very likely that it was formed very recently. We have already traveled here for more than a month, and should be able to pass by soon. Tingying's face suddenly became ugly. If the Earth's core is unstable, then maybe even more heat will come out from this place. The Earth's core is said to be a place where the fire dragons can burn. Yun Xiaodao shouted loudly, If we don't hurry up and leave, won't we be in danger? Bald Eagle, what are you waiting for? Quick, transform. Xiao Chou shouted. This place is very close to Pill City. Dan Fragrance Pure Land is still very powerful here. You don't have to worry about being captured. Zhu Rong also urged her, Hurry up and transform. It changed as soon as he said it, and Tingying's body erupted with a blue light, which stirred up a berserk aura. All the people around him were blown away, and immediately, sand swirled and a sandstorm arose. Then a Qilin appeared. It had deep blue scales all over its body, and its body was as large as an elephant. It had a pair of blue steel wings. Blue flames gushed out from the surface of his body, but there was no heat. He flapped his powerful steel wings and roared. Hurry up and come up. Tingying sent a few sound transmissions to Yun Xiaodao and the others. Tingying's sudden transformation had made Yun Xiaodao and the rest eat a lot of sand, but they did not say much as the four of them jumped onto Tingying's back. Tingying flapped his wings, flying high up in the sky, using his fastest speed to fly forward. If it was like this a long time ago, we would have arrived at Dan City a long time ago. This is King Great. If I had such an archaic strange beast as my mount, hee. Zhu Rong said smilingly as he blew the cool breeze in the air. Tingying roared, expressing his dissatisfaction. My poor Black Hawk has died somewhere. When he had just entered the Super Martial School, he had already caught a Black Hawk. It only took them 2 days to fly out of the desert, and now they were shuttling through a beautiful forest. Just as they were bathing in it, a scorching hot storm suddenly attacked. As the wind blew through the forest, the entire forest was dried up and then set ablaze. D.A.M. It, what bad luck! Yun Xiaodao jumped out from the pond. Without wearing any clothes, he started to run frantically. Everyone else was the same. If they didn't leave now, they would be burned by that terrifying heat. They ran frantically for more than 10 days before finally arriving at a relatively safe place. At this moment, they saw a group of people flying towards them. Stop, I have something to ask you. A handsome man shouted to Yun Xiaodao and the others coldly, This man was the son of the Peach Blossom Imperial Land, Jing Xingliang. Yun Xiaodao and the others were not people that were easy to mess with. Even if they were weaker than their opponents, they would still go all out to fight them. Yun Xiaodao and the others were not people that were easy to mess with. Even if they were weaker than their opponents, they would still go all out to fight them. Now that they were stopped by someone like this, the anger in their hearts immediately flared up. All the way from the super martial school, their mood had been extremely bad, and now, someone dared to provoke them like this, was purely challenging their bottom line. Kid, what F*** king atti? Toot is this? Yun Xiaodao turned and said coldly. The group of people that flew over were not only from Peach Blossom Prince's group, but also those from other forces. It was obvious that they were heading towards that desert. Peach Blossom Prince was originally a very arrogant person, and Yun Xiaodao and the rest were in a very sorry state, so of course they wouldn't be put in his eyes. What did you just say? Jing Xingliang's face darkened, his eyes revealing killing intent. Kid, what F** king atti? Toot is that? Yun Xiaodao roared again. The people behind Jing Xingliang were all stunned. There was actually someone who dared to yell at the Son of Heaven, and even used such vulgar language? Behind Jing Xingliang were some disciples of famous sects, and a few girls. The heavenly Peach Blossom Heavenly Girl Mu Jiaolan was also here, and she could only watch from the side. Country Bu, Mpkin, you're quite bold. Do you know who he is? He is the Son of Heaven of Peach Blossom Imperial Land. A tall and skinny young man behind Jing Xingliang sneered. Ha! The Son of Heaven is amazing. As Son of Heaven and Son of Heaven of White Sea Imperial Land were all killed by someone, this greasy Peach Blossom Prince of yours wouldn't be any better. Yun Xiaodao said in disdain. Jing Xingliang and the rest's faces changed. Someone was actually provoking them. Why are you wasting time with them? If you want to make a move, then hurry up and do it. If you don't, then hurry up and leave. The next wave is coming. Xiao Chou rubbed his bald head. His current strength was unfathomable, and he had benefited greatly from great strength races gathering. Jing Xingliang clenched his fists and was about to attack, but Mu Jiaolan anxiously stopped him. I think we should wait for leader to come in first, it's really dangerous in front. Just then, Ting Ying's face changed and shouted, Run, it's coming again. Hearing this, Zhu Rong and the others immediately ran, but a flame storm suddenly surged in front of them. From afar it looked like countless fiery red demons were baring their fangs and brandis. Plussing their claws as they roared out, and any place they pass, said by would be burnt into sand. When Peach Blossom Prince and the rest saw this, they had no choice but to run. They could clearly feel that if they touched those flames, they would definitely be burnt to ashes. How can these be you? Mpkins run so fast. A man who was running wildly behind them cursed. At this moment, he had been scorched by the heat of the flames until his blood was almost completely evaporated. At this time, Zhu Rong laughed out loud. I say, you princes, quickly run away. Otherwise, you will be burnt to ashes, and not even ashes will you guys be left, haha. Seeing that those lagging fellows had ashen faces, Yun Xiaodao laughed out loud. Quick, get your greasy Peach Blossom Prince to save you all, let him use the Peach Blossom Immortal Dew, haha. The Peach Blossom Immortal Dew has all fallen. XV Weilong added. Don't be complacent. Peach Blossom Prince was also furious. Now that they were on fire, the few fellows in front could actually run so fast, and even had the mood to tease them. Mu Jiaolan saw that the young men in front of him were definitely not ordinary, otherwise their speed would not be so fast. Yun Xiaodao and the others had just received a very cruel training, that was why their escaping abilities were so powerful. This was the result of Wu Keiming and Gu Dongchen's special training. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Xiao Chou and the others had already left that Son of Heaven and Sky Woman behind. As for what was happening in that desert, none of them knew. It was Ting Ying's guess that there was a crack in the ground that caused such a terrifying flame to gush out. After going through so many dangers, Xiao Chou and the rest finally arrived at Pill City and entered the Super Martial School's business. It was a relatively simple hotel, and was originally arranged to deal with the demon race, but after Huang Jintian came out, the demon race did not dare to act rashly, and had even made peace. That was why they came with him to train and look for Chen Xiang in the Pill City. 1 billion spar being teleported, 5 people would be 5 billion. He earned so much that he killed those BASTARDS. Zhu Rong bit on his pig's leg angrily. We don't even have 500 million spar now, but elder brother Shern will definitely be rich. Yun Xiaodao said. Yes, we still owe him a large amount of spar. Zhu Rong thought about this, his face full of dejection. Chen Xiang gave them a lot of pills, they were all on credit, but they had gathered enough spars, so they came this time to repay their debt. You guys are in such a sorry state. What happened on the way? A scholar with a jade-like face and wearing a white robe walked in with a fan in his hand and a smile on his face. It was Lien Mingdong. D.A.M. And scholar, you have a good father. Of course you wouldn't know what happened on our journey. Yun Xiaodao was unhappy. Oh? What kind of hards? HI+PS have all of you endured? Lien Mingdong laughed. Xiao Chou picked up a bowl of vegetables and threw it at Lien Mingdong. Lien Mingdong was unable to dodge in time, and his snow-white robes were covered with vegetables and oil. Seeing Lien Mingdong being so relaxed, he was very unhappy, but he laughed now. I'm more comfortable now. How satisfying! Yun Xiaodao laughed. Tingying shook his head. He did not understand what these humans were doing, although he had spent so much effort on one dish. He could not understand why they would be so happy. Lien Mingdong only laughed. I heard that the people from the Peach Blossom Prince are looking for you. According to their description, you guys have offended him. How many spar are they offering us as bounty? Zhu Rong's eyes lit up and asked anxiously. 100,000 spar. Lien Mingdong's words made Yun Xiaodao and the others unhappy. Scholar, where is he now? Let's go beat him up, cripple him, raise the price of his Peach Blossom Imperial Land a little, and then you cooperate with us to set a trap for their spar. Zhu Rong laughed sinisterly. Not a bad idea, I agree. Yun Xiaodao nodded. Lien Mingdong shook his head and laughed. Aren't you guys too poor? But now we have a huge opportunity to make a killing, and that is in a forest outside the city. There are many rare demon beasts that are fire attributed. Beating demon beasts to sell spar, this method is too slow. Zhu Rong shook his head. However, there is a very precious demon beast inside. Rumor has it that it is worth over 100 billion. Lien Mingdong's words almost made their eyeballs pop out of their socket. Lien Mingdong continued to speak. Because there is some movement in the core of the earth, and a large amount of terrifying flames surged out, that place has now become a very terrifying and dangerous place, called Earth's Core Fire Realm. Many fire-attributed demon beasts hide in the forests near that area, and absorb the core fire chi to cultivate. DAMN, it's just like the bald eagle said. It's indeed a matter of the Earth's core. Our lives were almost lost there. Yun Xiaodao gasped. Chen Xiang was now refining a iron bone dan in the forest near the Earth's core fire realm. He had continuously refined iron bone dan for over 5 months. Chen Xiang had already hidden himself to concoct pills for more than half a year now, but the ancient powers were still searching for his traces. Now that the Earth's core fire realm had appeared, a large group of experts once again appeared in Pill City. Chen Xiang had already hidden himself to concoct pills for more than half a year now, but the ancient powers were still searching for his traces. Now that the Earth's core fire realm had appeared, a large group of experts once again appeared in Pill City. The reason Earth's core fire realm appeared was because the heat in the center of the Earth had already exceeded its limit, and burst out with an intense flame from the center of the earth. The area that it covered was around the size of several continents of the king's. Those city lord who had noticed that something was amiss had already moved their cities and avoided the calamity before the fire domain had formed. However, there were still many cities that failed to escape, turning into ashes in the sea of fire. Earth's core fire realm was a very dangerous place, but there were countless gems inside, all erupting from the Earth's core. These gems could not melt in the scorching heat of the Earth, which showed just how strong the heat resistance was. Furthermore, there were rumors that some fire-attribute medicinal herbs would erupt from below the Earth's core. Medicinal ingredients that could survive in the Earth's core, no matter what, were all very precious, especially for those who cultivated the fire attribute. Other than this, there were also many other rare fire beasts that rushed towards the forests near the Earth's core fire realm. They absorbed the fire energy that the Earth's core fire realm spewed out, using it for cultivation. The more powerful demon beasts entered the Earth's core fire realm. It was said that there were a lot of fire-type demon beasts that specialized in controlling flames. Chen Xiang was also near the forest. In the past half-year, he had been focused on concocting pills, but he could still feel the changes outside. Fortunately, he was not very close to the Earth's core fire realm, otherwise, he would have turned this place into a sea of fire. Long Shui was in charge of lookout. After she discovered that something was amiss, she used her Heaven Tour method to fly even further away and investigate. She immediately determined that it was caused by the core of the Earth, but it did not affect Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang had already refined over 1,000 sets of iron bone dan's medicine together. With such a large number of medicine aura being compressed by his powerful mana, it formed into a small ball of mist, causing the Yanlong furnace to constantly tremble. At the same time, he was consuming more and more innate qi, because he had to release even more powerful flames to maintain the temperature necessary to condense the pill. At this time, the quality of the medicine aura in the furnace was very high. If Chen Xiang did not have the support of his mana, he would not be able to suppress this vast wave of medicine aura. If he did not have to, he did not want to use this method of pill refinement anymore, because it was simply too strenuous. If not for him consuming a large amount of medicinal pellets every day to recover his innate qi and fa li, he would not have been able to hold on for this long. However, there were still some effects, especially for the high and scary quality. Although he had not succeeded in condensing the pill yet, the medicine aura in the pill furnace made him excited. The mountain forest that Chen Xiang was in was also very strange. Although they were near the Earth's core fire realm, the trees here did not die from the heat. Instead, they released a cool energy that enveloped the entire mountain forest. Therefore, it was the best place for many of the demonic beasts to live. These demonic beasts all had their own special methods, which was to absorb the anger of the Earth's core fire realm outside the forest. Yun Xiaodao, Xiao Chou, Tingying, Xv Weilong, Zhu Rong and Lian Mingdong. The 6 of them were also searching for the strange beast in the forest. They were not the only ones who were looking for the beast, many of them were, especially Yun Xiaodao and the rest. If they did not have enough spars, they would have to walk on foot to return to the super martial school. Inside the cave, Chen Xiang had already reached the final stage of condensing the core. At the last moment, you have to hold on. Su Meiyao saw that Chen Xiang's face was covered in perspiration. His face was pale as he shouted anxiously. It was not easy to successfully condense a super iron bone dan. At this time, all of the innate qi in Chen Xiang's body was being drained, and the heaven fire that was formed from the converging genuine qi of 5 elements could only barely hold on. Fortunately, he cultivated the divine way and had that bizarre fa li. It was extremely effective in suppressing those ferocious medicine aura. The trembling pill furnace weighed tens of thousands of pounds at the moment. The super iron bone dan was made from thousands of medicinal ingredients, and they were all squeezed together to form a pressure. Chen Xiang's furnace was not an ordinary furnace, it was a Yanlong furnace, a holy level dragon tool, otherwise it would not be able to withstand such pressure. The entire small mountain started to shake following the pill furnace, and Chen Xiang was getting closer and closer to successfully condensing the pill. After an hour, the mountain where Chen Xiang was at became quiet. The Yanlong furnace was Hi+ning with a red light like a red gem, and when Chen Xiang was refining this super iron bone dan, he used the power of the Yanlong furnace, causing it to return to its original state. He opened the lid and golden light gushed out in all directions. It was as if he was holding a miniature golden sun in his hand. So powerful! Chen Xiang's eyes were stung by the super iron bone dan's light. The golden light this iron bone dan was emitting made Chen Xiang feel a slight change in his body. It's not as heavy as I imagined, it's about the same weight as an ordinary pill, but its quality is just too high, it's already at the heaven-level pill stage. Chen Xiang found it hard to imagine that he would actually be able to successfully refine such an unusual heaven-level pellet. There have been a lot of Sersby these days. Something big seems to have happened outside. Long Shui said. Chen Xiang needed a lot of time to digest this super iron bone dan. He did not want to be disturbed. Right when he was about to lay down a few more array formations, Su Meiyao said, "We might as well go outside and cultivate in the Sea of Fire." Long Shui nodded his head. That's right, that place is the result of the eruption of the Earth's core, even some of the old fellows would not be able to reach that place. Chen Xiang spent a day to adjust his condition and then left the cave. The moment he released his spiritual sense, he could feel the direction of the Earth's core fire realm. After that, he madly rushed over, not even trying to conceal his appearance. These auras are very familiar. Chen Xiang was startled. He then used his heaven tour method and flew towards the Qi. It's Xiao Dao and the rest. They're finally here. Chen Xiang laughed. I didn't think that I would get into a fight with the Peach Blossom Prince. Yun Xiaodao and the others were looking for the strange beast. While Peach Blossom Prince and the rest were here, they could not avoid running into it, since they were all from the strong younger generation. Go and greet them. First break through, then fight with the heavenly sons. Su Meiyao said. Why is it you again, Peach Blossom white-faced monkey? You really are like a woman, pestering us all day long. Are you done yet? We have no interest in men, and our scholars are much more innocent than you are. Zhu Rong patted Lien Mingdong's shoulder. He was unhappy, because when they were chasing the strange beast, they were suddenly stopped by Peach Blossom Prince. Lien Mingdong glared at Zhu Rong fiercely, but that Peach Blossom Prince was even angrier. Especially after knowing that this group of people were all Chen Xiang's friends, he couldn't help but want to kill them all and lure Chen Xiang out. Jing Xingliang and Mu Jialan, the heavenly daughter of the Peach Blossom Imperial Land, were together. Beside them were a few disciples from influential forces, who looked to be quite strong, with a total of 10 people. Jing Xingliang and Mu Jialan, the heavenly daughter of the Peach Blossom Imperial Land, were together. Beside them were a few disciples from influential forces, who looked to be quite strong, with a total of 10 people. However, Yun Xiaodao and the others did not seem to be afraid at all. D.A.M. And Fatty, you were the first to insult me, don't blame me for being impolite. Jing Xingliang was filled with anger. No one had ever called him a white-faced monkey before, but what made him unbearable was that this fatty with a cheap mouth actually suspected that he was gay. Seeing that Jing Xingliang was going to go berserk, Zhu Rong quickly kept his mouth shut and calmly retreated a few steps, hiding behind Xiao Chou and the others. One of them was Great Strength Race while the other one was a Kylan Thunder Eagle. Both of them were very strong. White-faced monkey, it was you who provoked us so many times. If you didn't stop us, we would have caught that white flame heavenly horse long ago. You caused us to lose hundreds of billions of yuan. No matter how many times you sold your chrysanthemums, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Yun Xiaodao said angrily. Chen Xiang was using the heaven tour method to watch, and when he heard the conversation between Zhu Rong and himself, he nearly fell flat on his face. These two things are probably trying to anger Peach Blossom Prince to death. Chen Xiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jing Xingliang was so angry that her whole body was trembling, her white jade-like handsome face, her muscles twitching, her eyes looked like they could shoot out two fire dragons at any time, extremely terrifying. Just as Jing Xingliang was about to attack, two black figures suddenly flashed out, a young man and a young woman suddenly appeared. Chen Xiang recognized one of the men. It was the son of the Qin family, Tianzi. He had fought with the White Sea Prince before, and his name was Qin Meng. The girl beside Qin Meng should be the heavenly daughter of the Qin clan. Her name was Qin Yao. Not only did she possess a peerless beauty, she also had extraordinary strength. Then, another lady dressed in a white dress slowly flew over. It was Ji Meixian. Just as Ji Meixian arrived, followed by the Feng clan's heavenly girl, Feng Yuha. Feng Yuha wore a long ponytail, dressed in a luxurious blue dress, giving off blee aura, but her entire person looked extremely cold, as though she was thousands of miles away. 4 heavenly daughters, 2 heavenly sons. This was the heavenly maiden of the 2 great Tong Tian aristocratic family and 2 great saints in the south, representing the strongest younger generation. The girls did not try to hide their appearances at the moment. Each of them had their own unique characteristics and different temperament. All of them had the same thing in common, that they were all very beautiful and powerful. Ji Meixian naturally knew that Chen Xiang was Hi+ing over. Her spirit sense was very sharp, especially towards Chen Xiang. The relations Hi+P between these heavenly women was quite good, but the Son of Heaven and the Son of Heaven often fought each other. At this time, they were only here to watch a show. XV Weilong's slanted eyes swept across the group of people in front of him and coldly said, "Are all of you going to attack together? You guys think too highly of yourselves. I can handle you all by myself." Peach Blossom Prince's killing intent surged. He took out a long sword and fiercely thrust it at Yun Xiaodao. Just then, everyone felt as if a dragon suddenly flew over. The exuberant blood aura, terrifying dragon power, and boiling hot air made everyone feel like it was a fire dragon. The one that came wasn't a dragon, but was close enough. It was Chen Xiang who cultivated the top dragon extinction. The Taiji dragon suppressed Kung Fu that he could unleash a strong dragon power. Chen Xiang jumped from the distance and stood in front of Yun Xiaodao, using 2 fingers to pinch his sword. "You're thinking too highly of yourself, you reckless white monkey." Chen Xiang laughed, and dragon power appeared from the tip of his finger, breaking the sword that was of good quality. The 4 heavenly women and the 2 heavenly sons were suddenly moved. They instinctively took a few steps back, because they could sense that the person in front of them was very dangerous. "Chen Xiang!" Mu Jialan screamed. "Smelly brat, we've let you show off. We've painstakingly brewed for so long, and we've angered that white-faced monkey. What did you do at such a crucial time?" Zhu Rong slapped Chen Xiang's head and said unhappily. Chen Xiang laughed and then looked at the 4 heavenly women. "These heavenly girls are not bad, they are barely able to be my female slaves, you better not have any designs on them." The 4 heavenly girls were immediately furious and embarrassed. Said. Chen Xiang actually dared to publicly humiliate them, these aloof and elegant heavenly girls. "Insulting our Qin family's heavenly daughter, you are courting death. Take this." Qin Meng struck out with his palm, but Chen Xiang dodged. "I'll leave these guys to you. I'm going to transcend the tribulation." Chen Xiang threw down those words and disappeared in a flash. "Son of AB*TC. It's one thing to steal our limelight, but at least we have to SNATCH it to the end. Let's just kill this annoying white-faced monkey and leave." Zhu Rong took out a huge mace and smashed it towards Jing Xingliang. When Xiao Chou saw the 4 heavenly girls, anger filled his face, and he muttered in a low voice, "Master, this guy, he did it on purpose. This time the matter is blown up." Qin Meng had originally wanted to chase after Chen Xiang, but because Chen Xiang wanted to undergo tribulation, he didn't dare go. "Yuha, aren't you going to kill that brat? Didn't you suffer a great loss at the hands of his sister?" Ji Meixian said. Being chased away by Ling Yulan, she felt that this was the only humiliation in her life. But now that Chen Xiang wanted to take her in as a female slave, she saw it as one of the most shameful things. "I'll get my revenge sooner or later. This guy has a woman like Xue Xianxian, but he's still so dishonest. Men are indeed not good people. If there's a chance, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." After Feng Yuhe finished speaking, he left with a belly full of anger. Mu Jialan sighed. She had always been good to Chen Xiang previously, but she never thought that Chen Xiang would actually want to take her as his female slave. On the other hand, Ji Meixian was open-minded, because this was not the first time she knew that Chen Xiang had this thought. Yun Xiaodao and the others were very strong, so strong that they said the expectations of the heavenly sons. Furthermore, these few people did not even know how to write the word shameless. The 6 of them attacked together, and their moves were extremely sinister. Their 6 hands specially picked out vital spots to strike, piercing their eyes, scratching their kidneys, stealing peaches from monkeys. They only lasted an instant, and Jing Xingliang was already sent flying on the spot, spitting a few mouthfuls of blood. After sending Jing Xingliang flying, they ran off without looking back, which made everyone start cursing. Of course, they were chasing after the White Flame Heavenly Horse. This White Flame Heavenly Horse had a white, and hundreds of billions of spar were rare. If they were to be auctioned off, it would be the business of hundreds of billions of spar. Chen Xiang ran very fast, and soon after, he entered the Earth's core fire realm. Along the way, he released his divine sense and gathered the conversation of the people in the forest. Only then did he find out about the Earth's core fire realm. White Flame Heavenly Horse, a demonic beast that possesses a strange white fire soul. No wonder Xiao Dao and the rest are chasing after it with all their might. Chen Xiang knew that the horse was very precious, but he needed to make a breakthrough first, because after the heaven-earth killing method appeared, it led to many other powerful ancient powers, with even more powerful warriors. Chen Xiang entered the Earth's core fire realm, and this was a sea of flames. A large piece of land was burning with a raging inferno, and deep down, the color of the flames would be different. He released the Suzaku fire wing, and flew inside for 3 days. Only then, in the area of green flames, he estimated that the layer below him was blue fire, and then purple fire. 2 days later, he confirmed his guess and indeed, he had come to the area of purple flame. This place was quite far from Pill City and was a place where very few people could enter. The purple fire domain is truly fierce. Even I can feel the pressure. I wonder just what level is down there? Chen Xiang continued to fly. The Earth's core fire realm was divided into many levels. Each level was arranged according to the color of the fire soul, and were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple. The Earth's core fire realm was divided into many levels. Each level was arranged according to the color of the fire soul, and were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple. Amongst the fire soul, the purple fire soul represented the best fire soul, but the Tianyang fire soul and earthly fire soul that Chen Xiang had previously obtained both said the purple fire soul, so they didn't have any special colors. Even his current heaven fire soul was only the color of ordinary flames. He wanted to see what sort of region underneath the purple fire domain was and what sort of flames there were. Within the purple fire soul, a sea of purple flames spewed out fire from the depths of the blazing fire energy. The flames of the entire Earth's core fire realm were all 3,000 meters high, and the sky was the hottest place. No one dared to casually fly above the fire domain. White flames. Chen Xiang flew for 2 days before Pa's Sing through the purple flame region and arriving at an area covered in white flames. At this point, his entire body felt a burning pain. His body combined with the heaven fire soul, the only way to make it here was to come here. If it was anyone else, they would have probably died halfway, but he still had to continue forward. Within the vast expanse of white-colored fire domain, Chen Xiang could not feel any signs of life, and he also did not see any of the legendary spirit medicines or precious stones, nor did he see any powerful fire-attributed demon beast. He had only walked for half a day in the white fire domain, and was already at the limit of what he could endure. His entire body was in extreme pain and heat, unless he used profound wood diamond armor to enter, which meant nothing to him. Just stay here. With me here, you can relax and cultivate. Long Shui laughed. She also wanted to go out for a stroll now, so she was naturally not afraid of the flames here. Chen Xiang had set up an array which could hide in one place and form an illusion array. However, it was not a simple matter to set up an array formation in this white fire domain. After laying down the array, Chen Xiang took out the super iron bone dan, and the golden light it emitted made the white flames here much weaker. The fire energy here is really good. I wonder if it can be used to strengthen my fire soul and make it stronger? Chen Xiang thought as he ate the iron bone dan. An entire iron bone dan burst out from his abdomen, plusing out a large amount of bizarre energy that drilled into his bones and then gushed out from them, strengthening his muscles, blood, and meridians. If one were to cut open Chen Xiang's body, one would be able to see that his blood, muscles, and bones were all gold. He activated the body-tempering sacred art, the profound Wu physical exercise, and used the Fire God method and the Taiji Dragon suppressed Kung Fu as support. This way, he could completely unleash the power of this super iron bone dan and temper his body even more appropriately. After the profound Wu physical exercise was activated, the medicinal power surged into his limbs and bones, a stronger medicinal power shot straight into his spirit, at the same time tempering his soul. At this moment, his entire body was ning with a golden light, as if he was a holy king. His entire body circulated with a golden light, causing the white flames in the surroundings to lose their Esther. The reason he chose to eat the iron bone dan here was to make use of the flames here to achieve an even more ideal goal. He circulated the Fire God method, absorbed the intense white flames, and entered his body. Right now, his hair had been tempered to an incomparably tough state, and when he used this terrifying white flame on his body, it brought him a great deal of pain. My bone soul has changed. Chen Xiang was suddenly shocked. He had been cultivating for 10 days now, and the mysterious bone soul hidden in the bones suddenly released a strange white light that was Nori's. Plusing all the bones in his body. Only when one's physical body is strong enough will bone soul be born, and Chen Xiang's bone soul was obtained when fusing with the devil-suppressing blood. Your bones have given birth to another bone soul, now the two bone soul are fusing together. This is too shocking, it's unbelievable. If you succeed in fusing them, what would happen? Long Shui said in shock. Ah! Chen Xiang let out a wild roar, and his body immediately spewed out a burst of flames. Your fire dragon Kung Fu soul is finally about to evolve. If you aren't very strong, you normally won't be able to use your martial spirit as you wish. You need to cultivate your martial spirit to a certain degree before it can display its full power. Su Meiyao said. Looks like he's going to have his immortal devil body broken through. If he broke through, then he could cultivate in the sacred body. Legend has it that no one has ever been able to reach that level. Bai Yu said. Large success of immortal devil body. And Chen Xiang was just a nirvana stage, it was hard to imagine. He could probably shake a nirvana realm warrior with his bare flesh, plus that terrifying innate chi. His strength was unimaginable. The twin bone souls could not exist together, and had to fuse together. However, the fusion process made Qin Xiang feel as if all the bones in his body were going to split, and he was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Boom! Qin Xiang's body suddenly spewed out a gold light, bringing about a very terrifying qi, which completely destroyed the array he had set up, causing the clothes on his body to be destroyed, and his robust body to continuously spew out blood. His muscles tensed up, and was already cracking. Just when he felt that he could not take it any more, a refresh-ing fragrance suddenly came over. The fragrance of the Virgin was intoxicating for Qin Xiang, as if there was some strange power that caused him less pain, and it became quiet. Her jade face that was breathtakingly beautiful was filled with worry. She saw that Qin Xiang was powerless and fell down, flying over gently like smoke. Qin Xiang only felt that he was lying in an embrace that was as gentle as water, which made him feel extremely comfortable. He forcefully opened his eyes, and saw a familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar, beautiful face. This woman was actually the #1 beauty of Super Martial School, Wu Qianqian. Although her clothes were simple and unadorned, her elegant and refined temperament made people feel that she did not seem like someone from the mortal realm. Her delicate and refined face carried a trace of mature charm, and at this moment her eyebrows were slightly knitted. "Qianqian!" Qin Xiang powerlessly shouted in alarm. He did not expect Wu Qianqian to actually appear here. The Wu Qianqian in front of him was indeed the he recognized. However, she had changed a lot. Although she was simple, she had an invisible aura around her that gave off the aura of an empress. Hold on! Wu Qianqian could tell that Qin Xiang was using some extreme methods to cultivate. She was not afraid of Qin Xiang's blood dirtying her, and just let Qin Xiang lie in her arms. Back then, it was Qin Xiang who helped her fuse with the blue star fire soul, allowing her to step onto a road of strong people. She never thought that this kind of thing would actually turn the tables on her, but she didn't think that she was helping Qin Xiang. Wu Qianqian had changed a lot. She was as gentle as water, and her entire body was releasing a strange and gentle fragrance, as though it could melt a person. She gently hugged Qin Xiang, and a layer of silver-white mist shrouded her hand as she gently caressed the cracks on Qin Xiang's body. This woman. Just what kind of fortuitous encounters did you have to be able to emit that kind of strange body fragrance and release this kind of energy from the living dead? Su Meiyao was extremely shocked. Qin Xiang's body is very strong. It is definitely not something that can be repaired with ordinary spirit medicines, but she can just lightly touch it. Bai Yu exclaimed. Qin Xiang, who was originally in incomparable pain, now felt very comfortable, but it didn't last for long as the pain and comfort accompanied him at the same time, causing his body to gradually become stronger as well. Qin Xiang's body was initially cracking open, and blood was flowing out from the crack, but after being nourished by Wu Qianqian's mystical energy, he recovered very quickly. Qin Xiang's body was initially cracking open, and blood was flowing out from the crack, but after being nourished by Wu Qianqian's mystical energy, he recovered very quickly. Wu Qianqian frowned slightly. Her pair of jade hands seemed to possess a very strange ability, which allowed her to clearly feel that Qin Xiang's body was extremely strong. But this powerful body was still suffering from such a cruel torture. She was very curious about what happened to Qin Xiang. His self-recovery ability is very strong. What kind of body is this? Wu Qianqian was apprehensive. With her help, the speed of recovery of Qin Xiang's flesh that was constantly cracking was even faster, but they had just been repaired, and then immediately cracked again. This repeated cycle made Qin Xiang's body become stronger, as though he had been tempered. The reason why Qin Xiang was like this was because he had eaten that super iron bone dan, resulting in his own bones to breed his own bone soul, and he had fused with the bone soul he had obtained while fusing with the devil-suppressing blood before. The super iron bone dan's medicinal strength had not been completely used up yet. When the twin bone soul fused with it, the super iron bone dan's medicinal strength would thoroughly permeate into his body. He was using the profound physical exercise to digest the medicine even more thoroughly. What a dense medicinal fragrance! This level of medicinal fragrance, at least it's a heaven-level pill, Wu Qianqian muttered. At this moment, she allowed Chen Xiang to lean on her body, and her jade hand was placed on Chen Xiang's chest, releasing that bizarre healing energy, allowing this energy to flow along with Chen Xiang's heartbeat and circulate throughout his entire body. After 3 days, Chen Xiang's skin no longer cracked. Seeing that Chen Xiang had stabilized himself, Wu Qianqian heaved a sigh of relief. Her beautiful face revealed a charming and enchanting smile. Chen Xiang's body had become stronger after going through multiple tempering sessions. However, it was not at the level of the large success of Immortal Devil Body that Su Meiyao and his group had expected, but it was not far off. After going through so many days of torture, he was already extremely tired. Breathing in the intoxicating fragrance of Wu Qianqian's body, he hugged his delicate body as he slept soundly. Chen Xiang suddenly woke up after a long time. At this time, he realized that his body had already been washed by someone and he was even wearing a set of very comfortable white clothes. Chen Xiang woke up and looked at Wu Qianqian with great shock. His surroundings was still filled with white flames, but the place he was at was very special. However, Wu Qianqian was sitting right next to the pool of water, with a touch of captivating red on her cheeks, and a gentle smile on her face. She blinked her beautiful watery eyes at him, then mischievously stuck out her tongue at him. Wu Qianqian, who was in front of him right now, didn't even bat an eyelid. "Qianqian, what is this place? It's all thanks to you helping me, otherwise I wouldn't have progressed so smoothly." Although Chen Xiang didn't understand what had happened, he could guess that Wu Qianqian had changed a lot and become very strong. Previously, Hua Xiangyue had told him that Wu Qianqian would become the successor to the Dan Fragrance Pure Land and that she was nurturing him. "This woman helped you bathe and dress you." Long Shui laughed and said, "Luckily she was very honest and didn't touch randomly. When he was unconscious and was being taken care of by a woman, this was not the first time this had happened. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu had done this to him before. Why are you being polite with me?" Wu Qianqian walked over and waved her hand. The white stone bed and the lake all disappeared, which caused Chen Xiang to be extremely surprised. That was just a method to prevent the flames from coming. Wu Qianqian looked at Chen Xiang in shock and laughed softly. Chen Xiang looked at the plain and beautiful woman in front of him. Every time he saw Hua Xiangyue, he would always ask him about Wu Qianqian, but Hua Xiangyue had never told him about it. "Long time no see. How have you been? I missed you." Although Wu Qianqian had changed a lot, he was still very familiar with him. They had lived in the Super Dan Imperial College for a period of time, and their relations, Hi+P, was very good. "It's all right. The elder Dan has been taking good care of me." Wu Qianqian lowered his head and said with a low voice, "I really miss you too." Chen Xiang was startled. An indescribable feeling surfaced in his heart, causing him to unconsciously hug Wu Qianqian, and he whispered, "Was it Hua Xiangyue who let you come here to train? This will help me." Wu Qianqian's heart was thumping hard. She hugged Chen Xiang tightly. "You smell so good." Chen Xiang took a deep breath on the hair by her ear and laughed. "I really want to take a bite. I only became like this after eating a fruit, but I can control the fragrance." Wu Qianqian said in a low voice, then pinched Chen Xiang's chest. "Don't bite me randomly, I'm not tasty." Just as Chen Xiang wanted to do something, the whine of a healthy horse suddenly came over. "It's white snow." Wu Qianqian was shocked. She immediately left Chen Xiang's embrace, seeing a white horse covered in white flames. This horse had a golden horn on its head, its eyes Hi+ ning with a gold light. Chen Xiang immediately guessed that this strong and stu dy single-horned white horse was the white flame heavenly horse that Yun Xiaodao and the others wanted to catch. White Snow said that someone is coming here. They are still in the purple fire domain. Wu Qianqian stroked the head of the white flame heavenly horse and said with a frown, "The snow in her mouth" was the name of that white flame heavenly horse. Long Shui immediately used her heaven tour method to probe. Because there was a raging fire here, her mind was affected, but she could still see who was coming over. From their clothes, they should be the older generation expert. They seem to be coming for you, Long Shui said. Chen Xiang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He said to Wu Qianqian, "Qianqian, you go first. The speed of this white flame heavenly horse should be very fast. I'm not afraid of them catching up." Wu Qianqian nodded his head. "It is indeed fast, very few people can catch up to her. She is a friend that I made a long time ago, we came here together to cultivate, but she is a little mischievous and likes to run around." Chen Xiang laughed. "Old Pig Dao and the others are capturing White Flame Heavenly Horse, because it can be exchanged for spar. All their work is in vain now. Let's go together, those people are most likely coming for you." Of course, Wu Qianqian was very clear about what had happened to Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang shook his head, walked over and kissed her vermilion lips, then said, "I'm here to undergo the second nirvana tribulation. These fellows are here to seek death. How can I let them return alive?" The moment Wu Qianqian kissed Wu Qianqian on her red lips, her face immediately turned very red. She sighed lightly and said with a face full of worry, "Then you must be careful, these people aren't weak. And you are also undergoing the second tribulation of nirvana, which is very dangerous." Chen Xiang touched her burning cheeks and earlobes, laughed, "It's okay, believe me." Wu Qianqian nodded, stood on his tiptoes and also kissed Chen Xiang on the cheek. "Fragrant and tender, gentle and beautiful. This kind of woman is the most delicious." Long Shui muttered, "I want to eat. You evil and greedy little naughty dragon, stop thinking too much. Go and figure out the strength of those few fellows." During the past few days when Chen Xiang had been in the Earth's core fire realm, while he was cultivating his flesh and blood, he had also extracted a large amount of rich innate Qi from the white flames to cultivate. At this point, his physical body had already set his expectations, and his innate Qi had also improved. During the past few days when Chen Xiang had been in the Earth's core fire realm, while he was cultivating his flesh and blood, he had also extracted a large amount of rich innate Qi from the white flames to cultivate. At this point, his physical body had already set his expectations, and his innate Qi had also improved. If one could successfully pass the second nirvana tribulation, not only would one's skin color be refined again, one would also be able to obtain a large amount of power of giving, and their strength would increase by many times. However, if he was only able to trigger the nirvana doom by himself, he was worried that the power of the nirvana doom was not enough, because his current physical body was very strong. The fusion of the two bone soul not only made his bones even stronger, his entire body had also received a huge improvement. With the help of the devil-suppressing blood S and the Yulong blood S in his body, his self-recovery ability became even stronger, and he felt that even if he cut off one of his arms, one of his bones would quickly grow out. Only with a stronger nirvana doom can I reach the level of full mastery. Chen Xiang clenched his fists tightly. He had already decided to go all out. He wanted to see how the large success immortal devil body was like. Of these 5 people, 3 of them crossed the 7 tribulations of nirvana, and the other 2 crossed the 8 tribulations. Of these 5 people, 3 of them crossed the 7 tribulations of nirvana, and the other 2 crossed the 8 tribulations. Long Shui said, "The method of using nirvana doom to raise one's strength was something only those demon beasts with powerful fleshly bodies would do. For example, those dragons." Chen Xiang had always been curious as to why Long Shui didn't need to undergo his tribulation. It was only later on that he found out that these imperial dragon race who cultivated the divine way didn't need to undergo nirvana doom, but there was another type of tribulation awaiting them. It was not strange that the elderlies and elderlies of the White Sea imperial land would come here to find him, because he had appeared in the forest once before and had been in the Earth's core fire realm for almost a month. Their carefully nurtured Son of Heaven had been killed by Chen Xiang. Although these two ancient powers did not lack people like Son of Heaven, if they were to be killed, it was equivalent to slapping their faces hard. Furthermore, Chen Xiang had killed many of their clan elders, and the White Sea Imperial Landes had also been robbed of a large number of their precious Fire Phoenix purple gold. Their shops in the Pill City had been burnt to ashes because of Chen Xiang, so they no longer cared about Huang Jintian's warnings and had sent their seniors to deal with Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang, you are really here. This middle-aged man was wearing a golden armor and had a strong fire resistance. He waved his hand and released a strong wave of energy, blowing away a large amount of flames. This caused ASPACE to appear in this white fire domain that was not wrapped in white fire. Seeing that the middle-aged man had revealed his hand, Chen Xiang could tell that it was a technique used by the Feng clan, while the other middle-aged man had innate Qi, belonged to the White Sea Imperial Land. These two middle-aged men were both martial artists that had crossed the eighth tribulation of Nirvana realm. As for their appearance, it could be seen that they had extraordinary talent. Compared to them, the other three elders of the seventh tribulation were much weaker. Chen Xiang was not afraid at all. At the moment he had already started to circulate the energy in his body, releasing the energy, which in turn caused a burst of nirvana doom, because the energy in his body had already reached its limit. Chen Xiang was surrounded by 5 rankers, making it difficult for him to escape. These rankers would not kill Chen Xiang if they had the chance to capture him alive, as they really wanted to obtain Chen Xiang's divine blade and Taiji dragon-suppressed kung fu. The white fire domain's flames reached a height of over 100 zhang, enveloping the entire sky. Only those who cultivated fire experts were able to reach this place. From the looks of it, Chen Xiang's robbery power was mainly made of lightning. The 5 experts surrounding Chen Xiang all cultivated fire, otherwise, it would be difficult for even the strong Nirvana stage to reach this area. These guys have fire soul, which is why it is able to counteract the heat. 2 of them should be for pill refining. I think they might be Dan King. Long Shui guessed. The few of them surrounded Chen Xiang, secretly setting up a barrier, stabilizing the surrounding SPAC, preventing Chen Xiang from escaping. You two are indeed the strongest dogs in the Feng clan. You actually found me here. Chen Xiang sneered. Stop being stubborn, you are already a prisoner. Obediently hand over the immortal blade and Taiji dragon-suppressed kung fu. In his eyes, Chen Xiang was like an ant. Any one of us can crush you to death. If you resist and obey us, maybe you will continue to live. Although Chen Xiang had done many earth-shattering things, he had enormous potential and was also an outstanding alchemist. But now that they were surrounded, they felt that they could pinch Chen Xiang to death anytime, and wasn't afraid of him in the slightest. Is that possible? If you don't kill me, you will definitely suffer my master's revenge. Chen Xiang laughed sarcastically. My master can also crush you with one finger. Why didn't you ask for the Taiji dragon-suppressed kung fu from him, and instead asked for it from me? Didn't you think I was easy to bully? All of you are only at this level. Feng clan and White Sea Imperial Land will send you 5 seniors to kill me today. I will make them regret stealing my things. You don't have a chance to go out. No one knows what happened today. An old man lightly said, Hand over the immortal saber, you are not fit to use it. All of you, chop off your heads. You are not worthy of living. Chen Xiang laughed. I can speak words too, why didn't you do it? That golden-armored middle-aged man disdainfully said, Because we are stronger than you. You are just an ant. We can let you die at any time. Foam Clan, White Sea Imperial Land, I will remember. I will not rely on my master's power to kill all of you. I will use my own power, and I will let you know whether or not I am worthy enough to use the Green Dragon Demon-Slain broadsword. Chen Xiang laughed. His laughter was filled with overflowing hatred, filled with an endless killing intent, enveloping the scorching earth's core fire realm, causing people's hearts to tremble. It's actually a Green Dragon Demon-Slain broadsword? The 5 experts were emotionally moved, and their faces all revealed expressions of greed and ecstasy. Boom! 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 Just as they were prepared to grab onto Chen Xiang, a purple lightning bolt suddenly descended from the sky and destroyed the enchantment set up by the 5 experts, striking Chen Xiang's body. Chen Xiang howled, allowing the violent thunder to enter his body, allowing the thunder power to surge out from his body. The expressions of the 5 rankers changed. They suddenly felt that Chen Xiang was undergoing a tribulation. And from the robbery power, it seemed like he was not someone they could easily defend against. Little Bean Strd. The golden-armored man was no longer able to remain calm. With an angry curse, a bolt of purple lightning struck his body, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Little B, Strd. The golden-armored man was no longer able to remain calm. With an angry curse, a bolt of purple lightning struck his body, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Chen Xiang's clothes were tattered and his hair was a mess, but he was clearly unharmed. He laughed madly. I specially prepared this Nirvana Doom dinner for you, don't thank me, enjoy yourself. The Nirvana Doom of 6 people, and 5 of them were extremely strong. The Nirvana Doom they welcomed was definitely not weak. S current physical body was very strong, specifically aimed at his flesh. On the other hand, the bodies of the Foam Clan and the warriors of the White Sea Imperial Land were not as strong as Chen Xiang's, so they could only use the innate chi to block. Other than crazily cursing Chen Xiang in their hearts and mouths, there was nothing else they could do. If they killed Chen Xiang as their master, the Nirvana Doom that they would face would become even stronger and they would be seen as interfering with the Nirvana Doom. From then on, they would receive even more ferocious attacks. A circumference of 5 kilometers was sealed off by the terrifying robbery power. It was extremely difficult to escape, and one could only leave after crossing Nirvana Doom. The violent thunder did not stop, it was concentrated and strong, because these robbery power were condensed above the Earth's core fire realm, causing the strong lightning to also contain a strong scorching energy. When it struck onto a person's body, it not only exploded with lightning, but also exploded into a large cluster of white flames. In merely a few moments, those few experts were all struck by the lightning, until they vomited blood. On the other hand, Chen Xiang endured the pain as he was struck by the lightning, and at the same time, activated profound physical exercise to refine his body. Those few experts wanted to tear Chen Xiang's body into 1,000 pieces, and actually drag them into the Nirvana Doom. For uninvited guests like them, not only would their robbery power strengthen, they would also have to face a few trials and tribulations that were specifically aimed at them. When they had first entered, they had a haughty attitude and viewed Chen Xiang as an ant. But now, in front of their Nirvana Doom, they were but mere mortals struggling on the brink of life and death. When they saw Chen Xiang calmly sitting there while being struck by lightning and using the lightning to temper his body, they were so angry that they nearly vomited blood. But what made them furious was that every time Chen Xiang was struck by the lightning and his entire body was covered in blood, he would recover at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. They were jealous of this ability. They wanted to rush over and mince Chen Xiang into minced meat, but they could not get distracted now, otherwise they would be burnt to ashes by the heavenly thunder. Their souls would be destroyed. Little B, Strd, quickly stop cultivating. You will only cause the heavens to become angry if you use the power of your nirvana doom to strengthen yourself. The power of your nirvana doom will become even stronger, and you will cause our deaths." The golden-armored man let out a roar. His golden armor already had a few holes on it. Chen Xiang endured the pain and laughed madly. "Just what I wanted to kill all of you. Who told you to kill me?" The nirvana doom became more and more terrifying. The dense purple lightning was like a torrential rain, crackling and crackling as they continuously struck down. That destructive aura spread throughout the entire Earth's core fire realm, and even people outside the Earth's core fire realm could feel it. It was originally just thunder and lightning, but now it had been struck down by fire and thunder together. The purple flame thunder had turned into a white flame thunder, and now there was a faint golden color. Golden flames. That's a place that even immortals wouldn't dare to enter. An old man saw the pale golden flame thunder and moaned in despair. The faces of these 5 experts were all filled with despair, fury, and fear. The person who forced them into such a predicament was right before their eyes, yet they couldn't kill him. Chen Xiang saw that the faces of these 5 people were ashen, their eyes briming with an aura of death. The despair and fear they revealed made him couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Who said I was an ant? Ha ha! What are all of you who were killed by ants? You are even inferior to insect ant." After Chen Xiang finished speaking, he was struck in the head by a thick pure gold fire lightning. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already been reduced to ashes. However, his body was only cracked open from head to toe. The sight of it made one's heart palpitate with fear. Just how powerful was his physical body? From the beginning till the end, Chen Xiang had never used his innate qi to resist the heavenly lightning, only using his terrifying physical body. The eyes of the 5 rankers reddened in anger. They could imagine that Chen Xiang had waited for them intentionally, then triggered the nirvana doom of these 6 terrifying rankers, then used the nirvana doom to temper his body. Chen Xiang had actually used their lives to temper their bodies. This made all of them feel a sense of hatred, as if they had been eliminated. They had lived for so long, and had this kind of strength and position that many people admired, but in the end, they had become the sacrifices of a little ghost. They were unwilling to die just like that. This would only make them die a useless death. "Even if I die, I will kill you. We definitely will not let you succeed," the golden-armored, middle-aged man roared. Chen Xiang smiled slightly. "I can send you guys on your way now. You have given me great help in attracting this powerful nirvana doom. I will not let you all die without a complete corpse. I will chop off your heads and send them back. This is the honor you deserve, haha." The 5 experts were covered in wounds. They had eaten a lot of relived DNS, but it was to no avail, because the nirvana doom was too terrifying. In a blink of an eye they had used up all of their innate qi, so their bodies were not able to resist. The dense amount of golden fire bolts came in wave after wave, and would break apart during this period of time. Chen Xiang took this opportunity to fly over, summoned his green dragon demon-slain broadsword, and like SLA's HI plus Inggra SS, he decapitated the 2 elders. Green dragon demon-slain broadsword. The elders of the ancient powers all knew how powerful this blade was. They really wanted it, but now they had no choice but to die under this blade. "You all died a useless death. This is a divine knife, rest in peace." Chen Xiang laughed. EAA Chapter 337 Radiant Translations. The remaining 3 people started cursing. They were used as bait to lure powerful robbery powers and help others refine their bodies. Would they die in peace? "If you do not attack me and stay in your power, then you will definitely live for a long time. You can only blame yourself for not listening to my master's warning. My master's warning is not that he will deal with you, but that you have to bear my endless revenge," Chen Xiang said indifferently and chopped off the heads of the 3 people. After putting away the heads of these 5 people, An even more terrifying wave of golden fire bolts descended and crazily struck his body. Right now, he was the only one who could endure the attacks from the Nirvana Doom. If he was even the slightest bit careless, he would die. The golden flames were powerful enough to almost make him release his profound wood diamond armor to resist, but now was a good opportunity. If he succeeded, he would be able to win with his immortal devil body. Foam Clan, White Sea Imperial Land. Just you wait. The first thing I'll do after I get out is to make you regret doing what you did today. Chen Xiang said coldly in his heart. He kept the heads of the 5 experts for future face-smacking purposes. The next wave of tribulation lightning is coming. Hurry up and put away the 2 scattered fire souls. Bai Yu said in an urgent voice, first feel those fire soul, and then circulate and absorb them. Out of the 5 experts who had died, 2 of them were Dan King, with fire soul. Their bodies were completely destroyed by the divine lightning, but the fire soul was still there. This was the white-colored fire soul, and those fire soul would not immediately disperse. They were all gathered together by the hot air that was being released from this place. When Chen Xiang released his consciousness, he immediately felt the fire soul hidden within the white fire soul. All of these fire soul turned into powder and floated in the air, crazily devouring the white fire soul. He followed Bai Yu's instructions and activated devouring magic kung fu, sucking in the 2 scattered fire soul and sealed them in his dantian. To deal with the fire soul, he had become familiar with the route and easily completed it. The 2 Dan King's fire soul were not too good, and after the 2 fire soul fused together, it was also only cyan. Boom, boom, boom. The golden fire lightning descended. Because he was the only one here, the tribulation lightning was all by himself, but after continuously striking down, dozens of lightning bolts would be released every moment, crazily SMAs. Plussing down from above his head, burning his entire body black, as if everything was going to be smashed apart. This went on for a while longer before he fell to the ground. His entire body had turned into charred carbon. There were many shocking cracks on his body, and there was the smell of burnt flesh. Fortunately, his physical body was very strong, and after being struck by the golden lightning, his body did not turn into ashes. Furthermore, the Yulong blood and bone soul in his body were producing a strange power to repair themselves, and his charred black skin slowly fell off, creating a new skin. The lightning came in wave after wave, and there were gaps in between them, allowing him to gain time to recover. Don't you have a Xuele pearl? If you take it out and eat it, this kind of powerful golden fire tribulation is something that is rarely seen. You should take this opportunity to refine the thunder soul in your body. Su Meiyao said. That Xuele pearl was obtained when he and Su Meiyao had entered the Bloody Thunder Mountain Sea and killed a powerful Xuele. He turned it over, swallowed it, and then used his power to refine it. The Xuele energy within the Xuele pearl gushed out, fusing into his body and Nori's. Plussing the Thunder Soul. You should try fusing the Thunder Soul and the Heaven Fire Soul. This way, you will be able to increase the power of your lightning and thunder. Bai Yu said. Bai Yu and Su Meiyao had cultivated for many years, so some of their suggestions were still very useful. Chen Xiang did as he was told, attempting to fuse Thunder Soul and Heaven Fire Soul. Fire and lightning both possess terrifying power, and when the 2 were combined, he could release these 2 types of innate Qi more easily in the future. Just as he was about to give it a try, golden fire bolts descended from the sky and bombarded his body. Every wave contained hundreds of lightning bolts, making him dizzy and disoriented. Damn it, the SNATC head the Thunder Soul away! Chen Xiang cried out in alarm. The Fire Dragon Kung Fu Soul was still growing and he rarely used it, but he could feel that the Fire Dragon Kung Fu Soul was devouring that Thunder Soul. What surprised him was that the fire dragon Kungfu soul, as if it had a spiritual nature, actually released a strange power, allowing the Thunder Soul to crazily absorb the energy from the Shui Lei's pearl and allowing the Thunder Soul to absorb the energy from the Golden Thunder. Chen Xiang, who had been charred black, was wrapped in a golden light as the Thunder Soul turned golden and slowly fused into the Fire Dragon Kungfu Soul. Moreover, the fusion speed was very fast. All of this wasn't something he could control. His body suddenly spewed out a golden light. A golden mist began to surge out from his charred skin as he let out a dragon's roar. This is not the Fire Dragon Kungfu Soul, but the legendary 5 Elements Dragon Soul is the same as your master's. I should have long thought that when humans cultivate the Taiji Dragon Suppressed Kungfu, they would be able to produce 5 Elements Dragon Souls, but you have the Fire Soul in your body, so when the martial spirit was born, it was a Fire Dragon Kungfu Soul. Long Shui said in shock. Chen Xiang's 5 Elements Dragon Soul could help him obtain beautiful rainbow dragon scales. Chen Xiang also yearned for it, but because he himself had the Fire Soul, his martial soul was born with an accident, becoming a Fire Dragon Kungfu Soul that was biased towards the fire element. Before his body could recover, the golden fire lightning in the sky suddenly came over. This time, the lightning tribulation lasted even longer, but what Chen Xiang did not expect was that his mutated martial spirit was crazily swallowing the golden fire lightning. His martial spirit was rapidly strengthening. His martial spirit was strengthening. His body was also constantly strengthening. At this time, he was frantically activating the profound physical exercise, using all kinds of energy in his body to gather and refine his body. The tribulation lightning no longer stopped and slashed down crazily, while Chen Xiang's self-recovery rate became faster and faster. At this moment, not only was Chen Xiang's body tempered, his soul was also strengthened. His body, soul, martial spirit, and fire soul were being baptized by the Nirvana Doom. The final terrifying robbery power was released at once, and without stopping, he released the golden-colored flame lightning that bombarded Chen Xiang. This continued for more than an hour. The condensed robbery power in the air had already dissipated. Chen Xiang's body was wrapped around by a golden dragon that was as thick as a thigh, which released the power of fire thunder, permeating into his body and helping his immortal devil body reach large success. The second Nirvana tribulation had already said, and the power of giving crazily surged into his body. He channeled his energy and used it to create the Zhenyuan granule, allowing his dantian to contain more of the stronger innate qi. The body tempering hadn't ended yet, and the fire thunder dragon's soul was circling around his body, releasing the absorbed thunder energy and refining his body. A large amount of white flame was blown away by an aura. Chen Xiang's entire body shone with a golden light, and every time it flickered, it would release an invisible force, shaking off the powerful white flames beside him. Large success of immortal devil body, successful Sing the second Nirvana tribulation. A small golden dragon swooped down from the sky and smashed head first into the top of his head, entering his body. At this time, the golden glow on his body had already disappeared, revealing a perfect and robust body. He clenched his fist as he felt the immense power he had just received, making him extremely excited. The blood in his body burned, releasing a boiling energy that made the surrounding white flames not dare to approach. This was the imposing manner produced by mastering immortal devil body, causing the white fire to not even dare to approach. He changed into a set of black clothes and retrieved the cyan fire soul from his dantian. He placed it inside a pearl and then, with a light leap, it shot through the white fire domain like a rainbow and instantly disappeared into the sea of fire. After leaving the Earth's core fire realm, he did not immediately look for the White Sea Imperial Land and Feng Clan. Instead, he hid in a place and prepared to cultivate the heaven-earth killing method. Within a very remote third-rate inn in Dan City. within a very remote third-rate inn in Dan City. Most of the elder brother Shin-s have not appeared yet. Could it be that there was a problem during the Nirvana Doom crossing? Yun Xiaodao paced around the hall, feeling very worried. Zhu Rong shook his head. Younger brother Shin is fine, we might be cultivating in seclusion, so let's continue searching for the White Flame Heavenly Horse. I heard that it is still in the forest. We have offended the Peach Blossom Prince, and we met him inside. Perhaps the war will start again. The Heavenly Sons and Heavenly Maiden are all looking for that White Flame Heavenly Horse. Lien Mingdong said. What's there to be afraid of? Whoever comes to cause trouble for us will be killed. Last time, it wasn't to chase after that White Flame Heavenly Horse, we must kill him. Xiao Chao's face was full of indifference. It wasn't hard for them to kill one of the Son of Heaven if they joined hands, but if they fought him alone, they would only be able to slip away. Since they couldn't get the spar, they could only walk if they wanted to return to Super Martial School. Catching White Flame Heavenly Horse was the only way to quickly obtain a large number of it. There was another way, and that was to follow Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang could always find ways to make them pay, although it was easier to offend people. Just as these hooligans were chatting casually, XV Weilong walked in. He was in charge of gathering information from the Pill City, and when Yun Xiaodao and the others saw his expression, they knew that he had good news. Feng Clan and White Sea Imperial Land have withdrawn their bounty orders for Chen Xiang. 15 Weilong's words caused the expressions of Zhu Rong, Yun Xiaodao and the others to change. There were only 2 reasons to cancel the bounty. One was that the person who placed the bounty was already dead, and the other was to reconcile. But the second reason was definitely impossible. When Chen Xiang killed the Son of Heaven of the 2 families and all the elders, it was impossible for White Sea Imperial Land and White Sea Imperial Land to negotiate with Chen Xiang. But right after it was revoked, a new one was added. No need to kill Chen Xiang, you only need to provide clues, and you will be able to obtain 50 relive danas. XV Weilong said coldly. Yun Xiaodao heaved a sigh of relief and then scolded. Blinded dragon, can't you finish your words at one go? This is so scary. How could Chen Xiang die so easily? XV Weilong coldly snorted. Xiao Chou laughed out loud. Of course my master won't die so easily, but looking at how much of a change has occurred in the bounty, my master must have killed quite a few of their experts, haha. This is so satisfying. Who exactly did he kill? A single relive Dan could be auctioned off for at least 5 billion. If someone is in urgent need, 10 billion will not be a problem. Frowned. He had been taken back by Lien Yingxiao to be nurtured for a period of time. His strength and position had both increased, and now he was seen as the successor to the Peach Blossom Island Master. We'll know when we check it out. Let's move out together. Maybe we'll also be targeted by others right now. Yun Xiaodao said. Go, capture the White Flame Heavenly Horse. With the spar, everything will be fine. Zhu Rong said. Although everyone's face was gloomy, they still followed Zhu Rong. They had once come into close contact with White Flame Heavenly Horse, and every time they saw it coming, the White Flame Heavenly Horse would always escape at its fastest speed. Feng Clan and White Sea Imperial Land all knew that the 5 rankers they sent were all dead. Although they couldn't confirm that Chen Xiang was the one who killed them, they felt that Chen Xiang would definitely not be able to escape from them. Therefore, they gave more bounties to Chen Xiang in order to catch him and find out the reason for his death. One must know that 2 of the Dan King-s were in possession of Fire Soul, so losing 2 Dan King-s was a huge loss to them. Of course, they did not know what had caused them such heavy losses yet. They had angered Chen Xiang, and sent their seniors to deal with him time and time again. Chen Xiang was at the bottom of an abyss. The spirit energy here was thin and there were very few beasts. He carved a cave on the stone wall beneath the abyss and studied the Heaven-Earth killing method. The Heaven-Earth killing method was engraved on a stone tablet and was densely packed. Without the small words carved on top of the fingernails, there were tens of thousands of words. Without a powerful consciousness, one would not be able to see these words. How do you want to learn it? Sister Meiyao, Sister Yu, do you guys have any leads? Chen Xiang stared at the stone tablet that was releasing the ancient qi, and frowned. He did not know how to make a move. Although he could see the countless small characters, they were all in reading form, and could not be linked together at all. Even if he used hundreds of them, it would not be a mental cultivation method. We don't know either. We've been studying for a long time, but we haven't got a clue. Long Shui sighed. Don't tell me I have to cooperate with the Killing Heart? Junior sister, do you remember that when you were cultivating Killing Heart to the large success stage, Master started to help you find this heaven-earth killing method? Bai Yu said. Of course I do, but he couldn't find it for a long time. Su Meiyao said excitedly. Little scoundrel, try to use the Killing Heart to release the murderous aura. I have lost all my strength, so I have not tried it yet. Chen Xiang took a small breath and activated the Killing Heart, releasing all the killing intent he had mulat over the years into the stone tablet. Unknowingly, he closed his eyes and pressed his hands against the stone tablet. The words on the stone tablet emitted a white glow and then began to move around the stone tablet like ants, arranging themselves in a new order. Seeing this scene, Su Meiyao and the others were extremely excited. This heaven-earth killing method had always been a powerful body in the legends. If Chen Xiang were to learn it, his strength would definitely increase by a lot. After the brat on the monument was arranged properly, he actually acted like he was alive, slowly climbing onto Chen Xiang's arms, and then entering Chen Xiang's chest. Chen Xiang's killing intent continued to be released, and like a wild dragon, it soared into the sky from the abyss. Fortunately, the place Chen Xiang chose was very remote and he was also in the abyss, so not many people had any idea about it. Chen Xiang, who was sitting quietly on the ground, had many spectacular images appear in his mind. There were towering gigantic mountains, and these gigantic mountains were divided into ice mountains, volcanoes, thunder-entangled thunder mountains, glittering gold mountains, and very ordinary stone mountains. All sorts of magnificent mountains flashed through his mind, following which countless raging, surging rivers and mountains appeared in his mind. The imposing force formed by these rivers was extremely shocking, followed by the appearance of the moon and countless stars in his mind. All these things were nurtured by the heaven and earth. What Chen Xiang saw were scenes from when the heaven and earth was just born, and then he saw some strange ancient beasts, including some huge dragons and huge birds. Every one of them looked like a huge mountain. After the death of these strange beasts, they merged with the mountains and rivers, their flesh and blood nourished plusing the earth, allowing the heaven and earth to contain even more dense spirit energy.